All right, since you guys have them open, I'll introduce the characters. Tam has already been claimed by Matt, so yeah. Uh, yeah, and just to fill you in really quick on the setting of Twilight 2000, in case you haven't done a lot of research on it. Post-apocalypse, World War III is sort of over, I guess, sort of going on depending on your point of view. But yeah, you guys are soldiers slash civilians trapped in Poland in the aftermath of the war. And it is a game basically about survival in a very hostile land. But yeah, and this is just going to be sort of a test session of the alpha rules. So we'll have a few encounters, fun combat hopefully, and see how it goes. But anyways, all right. So Matt is playing Tam Lenworth. He is a corporal in the United States Marines. A corporal after 11 years of service, so he's obviously not. He's either not good at his job or he's made a lot of enemies to have been promoted to corporal in 11 years. But anyways, so yeah, Tam is a career Marine, so he was deployed on the front lines with NATO forces when the war broke out. The war broke out about 4 years before this game begins, and then everything was more or less collapsed about a year before the game begins, after 3 years of sustained nuclear conflict. So you guys have been just sort of surviving in Poland for a while, but yeah, that is Tam. He's I don't know, he's a Marine. He's good at shooting. He's good at surviving. He's got a rifle, a looted Polish RPG-7, that kind of stuff. Yeah, Jacob is he is the only one of the characters who is not part of the military. He was a police officer in Poland, so just one of the citizens who got caught up in this terrible conflict, and he's just trying to survive like everybody else. We've got Dr. Brian Katz, aka Dr. B. Dr. B was actually he came from a military family when he was young, but he actually defied his family and did not join the military, and instead went to college. Studied liberal arts for 8 years, getting a PhD along the way. He was a professor for 3 years. But during the war, he was one of the many people who were drafted. Since basically by the end of the draft, if you could just walk and carry a rifle, nothing else mattered. You were eligible for the draft. So yeah. Although actually his character's 32, right? So doesn't that make you eligible for the draft anyways? Not really sure where that cutoff is.
Generally cut off, but depending on how bad the war was, they might have raised it.
Yeah. That's the idea. Basically, anybody that was capable. It's sort of like in Vietnam, where they dropped a lot of the physical and mental requirements during the conflict to increase numbers of recruits. But anyways, yeah, he was drafted into the military, and like everyone else, got stuck in Poland. Dr. Katz is the only character that has any kind of like interpersonal or leadership skills. So although he technically was a private in the army, he tends to take charge a lot in situations. And how much rank matters to your characters at this point is a matter of personal opinion. Some ex-military in the world will still respect it. Some don't anymore, because you guys are all soldiers for countries that don't really exist anymore. Yeah. And yeah, Dr. Katz. Oh, because he was an army draftee, he's got his full army kit, fatigues, and all that. Carries around his M249 squad automatic weapon. And yeah, Those are our characters. I should mention too the character of Jacob in his personal life was a bit of an outdoorsman, a camper, and a hunter. So he has some skills that go along with that. Uh, so even though he doesn't have the military training of everyone else, he's still a handy dude when you need to find things to eat or when you need to set up a camp. And your image on the overland map here is indicated. I have an image of an M16 with a like a red aura around it that shows where you guys are. By the way, too, this is like a small clip of the overland map from Twilight 2000. This is like 15% of it, maybe. It's huge. The total. I mean, the overland map is absolutely massive. Which is kind of cool. Lots of different areas to work with. In addition to that, there's not only Poland, they also have Sweden, I believe, is the other overland map. But I just zoomed in on the part we need for this session. For some time now, your characters have been part of a small community that is holding up in... They've got themselves an encampment. They're not in the city itself, but in the woods to the south of the city. There's a small encampment of survivors near the town of Stutz-Ekosny. Man, that's hard. I practiced that earlier too, and I still fucked it up. But anyways, yeah, so the community has been more or less self-sufficient for some time. One of the problems they're having right now, there's two vehicles in the city, a Humvee and the police cruiser that used to belong to Jacob. Unfortunately, they are both out with a couple of members of the community right now gathering some supplies when an outbreak of pneumonia has struck the community. Lots of folks are sick. To make it worse, the water supply from the river nearby has become contaminated with some sort of unknown toxin. And you guys don't have proper water filtration for it. So right now the city is surviving on reserves of water. With a lot of people sick right now who would normally gather food and hunt. The city is, or the settlement, we'll call it the settlement. The settlement is also dangerously low on food and basically in danger of collapsing. And the people with pneumonia are unlikely to survive unless the leaders of the settlement, you might even be amongst them. They know of a guy in the city of Stutzen. Sort of marked there on the map with the blue circle there. Yeah, the man by the name of Dimitri, he owes you guys a huge favor. Basically an IOU from a lot of supplies that you provided with him a long time ago. And you guys have a long history with him, so he should be good for it as long as you know. And you know for a fact that he used to have a huge supply of antibiotics. Don't know if he still does. It's been a while since you've seen him. But basically, you three are getting sent out. Go to him. Grab as many antibiotics as he's willing to give you as a way of repaying his debt to your community. Bring the antibiotics back, hopefully in time to save the people who are suffering from pneumonia right now. You guys, you each have a single canteen with you with a little bit of clean water. You'll probably have to look for more out in the world, I guess I'll say. You also have your food rations, I should mention. These are like military rations that you guys have. Military rations are crazy valuable because they basically last forever. This represents the emergency food supply in the community. So if possible, try to find other food sources. Try to get back with some of these rations. Again, they're there for emergencies, but that's why you guys have them, because it's crucial that you make it to where you're going. So that's why they gave you these these rations. But you know that it would be a big deal to the community if you could find other food on your way there. Oh, I should mention too, it is springtime right now. So during the day, you'll have plenty of light. Morning and evening are considered dusk in terms of lighting, and then dark at night. Those of you that have played Forbidden Lands will be very familiar with the travel system. Those of you that haven't, you'll get a hang of it. But it's done in when you guys are traveling overland. We do it in quarter days, like what happens during a quarter day. Also, in this system, you're supposed to have a random encounter every single hex you move through, but that seems like a lot for this session, so I'm just going to switch it to an encounter every quarter day. But all right. So yeah, at the start of your journey, it is the morning. We'll call it Monday just because. So there are a whole bunch of things that you can do while you are traveling. I should have made a handout for this, but I forgot to make a handout for what you can do when you're traveling. So I'm just going to toss it into Roll20 here.
Is it divided into quarter days?
Yeah. So it goes. There's the morning shift, the day shift, the evening shift, and the night shift. And you need to, every day, you need to eat a ration of food, you need to drink a ration of water, and you need to sleep. Otherwise, you'll suffer some sort of consequences.
Is making fire a thing?
There's not a certain specific role for making fire. You choose whether or not you want a fire at the camp.
Can we use that fire to boil water that we found?
Yeah, you can use water to disinfect water. You can use fire to disinfect water, and you can use fire to cook food. So the advantage of fire is without it, there is a risk of becoming hypothermic during the night, unless it's summertime, which it's not yet. It's spring, so it's still a little bit cool. With fire, if you have any encounters while you're sleeping, you're very easily spotted. That's the disadvantage of fire, but it keeps you warm at night. But yeah, the fire it's part of making camp. So if you guys hunt or find water or forage for vegetables or something like that, you can cook the food.
Is radiation a danger anywhere?
Radiation is a danger in this game. In fact, your characters have some permanent radiation. Well, Dr. B, I forgot to roll for his, but it's going to be beyond the scope of this game, though.
So, how much water does our canteen hold?
So the book was not clear on this, so I'm going to assume that one canteen holds 2 days worth of water, which seems generous actually when you're marching all day. But so I'm going to say you each have one canteen, so you can have a maximum of 2 days worth of water.
Well, then we need to stop at that river and get some more water before we head out, or else I'll run out.
So this water here is currently no good. Boiling it won't be sufficient because it's not a bacterial thing. There's a chemical contamination in the water that is why the settlement can't get water from it right now. And in fact, one of the vehicles that has been sent out is sent out to look for to trade for filtration devices for the water. So you'll have to find a water source beyond this river. There's a river. There's that big river to the south. You'll automatically get water there. You can also scavenge for water in any hex on the map. There's a chance of finding water.
Okay. Well, we'll have to do that because I have one unit of one ration, 1 day's worth.
Sure. All right. So in the morning, I assume we're gonna march out.
Yeah, let's head out.
All right. So you guys have a couple of options for marching towards your destination. If you move along the road, it's impossible to get lost, and you move 2 hexes every shift, which is awesome. The road encounters tend to be more dangerous, however, because marauders and enemy soldiers know that there's prey to be found along the road. So it's a more dangerous but faster path. You can go off-road. You only move 1 hex per shift if you go off-road. And there's a chance of ending up in an adjacent hex accidentally. It's not like Forbidden Lands where you fail to move at all. But, yeah, so that is a consideration to make if you want to go off-road, on-road, or any combination of the two while you are traveling.
Well, this is time sensitive, right? So we should take the roads.
Yeah, people are sick with pneumonia, so you could definitely try to get there in just a couple of days. All right.
Best plan, try to get there as quick as possible.
All right then. So I'm going to assume then that you guys are going to try and take this road right here.
That's my thought.
All right. So you guys are going to move. Whoops! I kind of messed that token up. You guys are going to move 2 hexes in the morning shift of hiking. One of you, while you are marching, will act as the scout of the group. Whoever has the best recon is the one who you want to be the scout while you are marching. I kind of forget who that is, but let me just...
I have
I
D10
got
plus
recon B.
D6.
Oh,
D12 plus D10.
Dr. B is a masterful scout.
There we go.
All right, so no skill checks necessary yet, but we'll demonstrate them in a moment. So let me pick a playing card here.
I just gotta say, Jacob's pretty useless when it comes to skills.
No, Jacob's the survivalist. He's the one that's going to keep everyone warm and fed. Maybe,
I think
we'll
my
see.
portrait fits pretty well.
All right, I drew the Jack of
Oh my god, I
Spades.
just saw your portrait.
Great, right?
All right. So the way the encounters work in this is kind of cool. I draw a card, and then it tells me what type of terrain and what time of day is this applicable. So this Jack of Spades, if you were camping during the daylight or traveling along the road, this applies. So, yeah. Whoa, that's weird. This was the first encounter I'd randomly rolled for when I was pre-making the encounters. Trippy. All right. As you guys are marching down the road, you can hear a large explosion from up ahead. You can see the smoke rise from the aftermath of the explosion, but you're not close enough to see exactly what happened. The sound of the explosion causes you to stop in your tracks, and then there's just silence afterwards. Yeah, what do you guys want to do?
I'm going to draw my gun and kind of give a signal to approach cautiously.
I probably want to scout up ahead because I can recon pretty well, but I probably don't want to do it like exactly on the road, but on the side of it, like near a tree line, so not out in the open.
Sure. You know what? In
Yeah,
fact,
so
Trees.
you scout ahead and we'll kind of cover you.
yeah. To have Jacob go ahead. Jacob, you're going to go ahead and make a reconnaissance roll. So the
I
way
didn't agree to this. Wait, what?
Dr. B.
I'm sorry,
Dr. B,
not
not
Jacob.
recon.
Dr. B. My bad. All right. Reconnaissance roll during the daytime. I think. Let's see. No penalties to recon or anything like that. So yeah, your skill check. What you're gonna do is you're gonna roll a d12 for your intelligence plus a d10 for recon. You won't roll any d6 because that's only for combat. And yeah, you can either use the macro or manually roll. Here's the way the system works. It's quite simple. If you roll a 6 or better, that's a success. If you roll a 10 or better, however, that's 2 successes. Multiple successes indicate an exceptional result. So, yeah, Dr. B, completely unseen. You see the smoldering, smoking remains of a UAZ 469 Jeep, a Soviet vehicle. There's a crater in the road next to it. It looks like it was hit by a roadside bomb. The Jeep is laying on its side right now, burning. You can see you see 3 dead Soviet soldiers lying beside the road. There is a 4th one who is clearly alive, but not by much. He's just barely inching his way on the ground, trying to drag himself away from the wreck.
Okay, I'll give hand signals to Tam and Jacob to come to my location. Just kind of motion them to me.
All right, we'll head in. We'll head up.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. When you walk up, the one soldier who is still alive, he looks up to you, and he speaks in Russian, which, by the way, Jacob speaks Polish, Russian, and English all fluently. So he is the Russian translator of the group. But yeah, he just starts begging, "Help me, help me." You can tell by his appearance he is in extremely, extremely bad shape.
9.
It's the wrong
Wow.
language, but yeah.
9.
Niet, I think, is the word you were looking for. But all right. Yeah, he just he continues to plead for help, but you guys can tell that even if you wanted to help him, you're not really sure what you can do. It looks like within 5 or 10 minutes he'll probably bleed out. As for the wreck itself, the fire makes it pretty bad shape. If you guys wanted to spend 10 or 15 minutes here, you could sort of search the area, try to search the Jeep for anything salvageable. On the other hand, this explosion could have very well drawn attention to the area, so that's a consideration too.
Let's put him out of his misery and be on with our way.
All right.
I don't know. I want to check the bodies real quick because we're gonna need water for this trip. So maybe he had a canteen on him somewhere that could survive.
All right. Checking the bodies real quick. They weren't really carrying much equipment on them. It looks like there was a fair amount of equipment in the back of the Jeep, but it's badly burnt. Like I said, if you want to take time to wait for the fire to die down and search through it, you can. But as for the soldiers themselves, they're not carrying their canteens or most of their equipment. They are, however, each carrying a full magazine of ammunition for an AK style rifle. In fact, let me tell you exactly what these magazines consist of. Yeah, so these are 7.62 by 39 millimeter 30 round magazines. Put it in the chat there. There's 4 magazines amongst the soldiers on the ground. Other than that, they weren't carrying any equipment on them. They were just traveling light. You imagine they probably had rifles in the back of the Jeep. If you wish to collect these magazines, they weigh 0.25 weight each. On your character sheet under your gear, you can see to the right of your gear section, you put the weight of the things you have. Most of you are pretty heavily loaded right now. If you go above that weight, it makes traveling very difficult. Normally, your characters would have backpacks with them, but you guys are traveling light for sake of speed, so...
Yeah, I can't pick them up, so I'm good.
I can take one of them. I mean, so just so you know, bullets are currency in this game.
Yeah, bullets also equal money, because there's no currency that's considered valuable anymore, so bullets are sort of the way. I mean, really anything is money in this that can be traded, but bullets are kind of used like dollars and cents.
So even if we don't have use for them for our guns, they're useful.
Yeah, so if you want to grab some magazines there, like I said, 0.25 each.
Yes, Tam and Jacob, y'all want to grab 2 each because I'm fully loaded over here.
Yeah, what's the
I'm
weight?
just as loaded as you are.
Each of the magazines weighs .25.
I can't carry one. I can't.
Oh no, you're actually fully loaded.
Yeah, I'm
You're an
actually.
8 out of 8.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
couldn't
I'll
carry one
take
if I
two
wanted
each.
to.
Yeah, you can. You can carry 2.
No, I can't. My carry limit
You're
is
at
10.
9.25.
I'm loaded.
If you look all the
You're
way
at
at the
9.25 out of 10.
if you look at all the way at the bottom right of your amount there, you can see the carry limit or what
You
you're
just said
totally
that the
carrying.
mags were 2.5, didn't you?
No, point 0.25, one quarter
0.25.
of a weight limit.
Oh,
each.
son of a gun, bro.
Yeah, so they're fairly light.
Okay. Yep. I'll take 2.
All right.
So grab those, end this other guy's life, and head on our way.
Yeah, like I said,
Yep.
you want to wait 10 or 15 minutes for the fire to become a little more manageable, you can get on your way.
It's not worth the risk.
No.
All right. Yeah, you guys.
Anything usable is probably destroyed anyway.
You guys can. Yeah, you guys carry on down the road long after the wreck is out of sight. You can hear the loud, poorly operating motor of what's probably a couple of pickup trucks. You imagine some locals have come out to check the site out. Luckily, you're not there to have to worry about them anymore. But all right, that was the first quarter. First quarter of travel for the day. You guys can march up to 2 quarters. Actually, no. Wait a second. Yeah, you guys can go 2 quarters of the 2 quarters per day without risk of tiring yourselves. After that, it's considered a forced march. But I assume you guys are going to want to keep marching during the day portion, right?
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
you guys said you're sticking to the road, which, if this location is okay with you, that's where you're going to end up. Okay, so another encounter
Covid.
card. 2 of clubs. It's kind of interesting. Each suit represents like a category of encounter. All right, you guys are not traveling off road, therefore there's no encounter for the day. That's how that works. I actually like that with the encounter cards. Like, there's a chance of it. You draw a card, but if you're not in the right spot or right time of day, no encounter. So yeah, the second quarter of the day is uneventful. So now you guys have to make a decision. You can force march, keep going for the evening, or you can get ready to rest and make camp and start again the next day. It is up to you guys.
Does making camp take the whole quarter, like it does in Forbidden Lands?
Yes. So
Basically, if we don't make camp right now, we won't be able to sleep and
Yeah.
become.
Oh, so unlike the Bitter Reach where you freeze to death automatically if you don't make camp, you can sleep without making camp here. There's just a chance that you won't be well rested in the morning. So, yeah, if you guys want to make camp, one character can do it. It represents not only setting up a camp but also finding an appropriate spot for the camp, which is why it takes a whole shift. Yeah, so only one character is allowed to roll for it if they want to. Making camp would be, let's see, how do you make camp?
Survival, probably.
Probably survival.
Survival.
All right, hunting, fishing. Yeah, it's gonna be survival. Now keep this in mind. Anybody who wants to scavenge or hunt for food during this shift would also be using survival. So if you were planning on doing that as well, keep that in mind. But yeah, if you want to make camp, who is going to be the person in charge of setting up said camp? If you fail, it doesn't mean the camp isn't set up. It just means there's going to be some side effect, some consequence. Like
Take
I'm
my
gonna be
Dr.
setting
B
up
should do
camp.
it.
Yeah.
who's going to be? You said Dr. B is going to set up the camp. All right.
One of those two.
So
I was gonna suggest Jacob because he's the survival guy.
All right.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Also looking at his character sheet for for specialties.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
this-
bro. You metagaming, bro?
So Jacob, you have because you have Hunter, you get +1 when you are making camp. Here's the way bonuses work. For each bonus you get, you increase your smallest die size. For every penalty you have, you decrease your largest die. It's possible for a die to disappear after a d6. It goes d6, d8, d10, d12. So the worst roll you can have is 1d6. But just for example, for Jacob, you have intelligence of d10, survival d6, but that +1 will turn the survival to a d8. So you have a d10 and a d8. So why don't we have you roll for camp now to make it, and we'll see how you do. As soon as someone fails a roll, I'll explain pushing rolls.
Okay. Well, I have to roll twice, right?
You roll your intelligence and your survival. So the d8 would be for your survival, and then you get a d10. If you guys use that macro I gave you, it'll just ask you to input the 2 dice that you're rolling. Okay, great example here. We have a failure. So Zeus, you have 2 choices. You can accept the consequences, whatever they may be, of failing to make camp, or you can push your roll. The way pushing the roll is simple. You re-roll any dice that didn't come up as 1. If you succeed, great. If you fail, you will injure yourself.
I'm good. We're just gonna fail.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna secretly roll a d10. I'm gonna roll a physical die here to see what the consequences are going to be.
It can't possibly be bad as lighting our tent fire. Camp on fire.
Yeah, and our Forbidden Lands game, like 3 characters almost burned to death when there was an uncontrollable fire in the campsite, which was great. All right, I have a consequence rolled, but for now, the camp is set up. Everything is going to look good.
For water.
Yeah, and I was gonna say during that quarter, while he's doing that, the other members of the group can do other things. You can also combine actions like hunting and scavenging for water if you want to improve your chances, or you can both do separate things. It's totally up to you. But we have.
Woo! 2 successes.
All right, that skill check looked really
He was
weird.
looking for water. I was gonna look for food.
Ah, okay.
Oh, Matt, the macro. Oh, I see. The macro's not working because you remove the skill check bar. It should just start with /R. Oh wait, that's not even the macro. That's just a thing here. Okay, never mind.
I couldn't have rolled the macro because I don't have the skill.
You're right. So, all right, two successes. All right. So for tonight, not only because Corporal Tam found water, you don't have to worry about drinking water tonight, and you can fill your canteens if you want to a maximum of 2 units of water. They weigh half a unit each, so keep that in mind. If you're full on weight, you might have to drop some stuff off, but that's good. So yeah, go ahead and fill up your water as much as you want to a maximum of 2 for your canteen. And like I said, you won't even have to worry about drinking it tonight. Zeus, I think the problem is the spaces you're putting between the pluses. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Or maybe. I don't know what you're... This is like a weird thing that's going on. Is my macro just broken for you guys?
Probably.
Remember we had an issue with macros before. Maybe, you know what? Maybe it didn't come across in Discord, but hang on. How do you do like an action in Roll20, you know, like to indicate you're doing an action / Damn.
/EM?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a way to tell you what the macro is. without actually doing the macro. All right, well, whatever. Yeah, clearly it's not copying and pasting correctly out of Discord for you guys, and I don't.
Yeah, /em followed by whatever you want to put in there.
/em. Okay, here's how we have to do this. Damn. No, it's asking me to. It just rolls the dice for me. I can't. It's not letting me just put text. Oh, whatever. I don't know. I don't know how to do this.
Well, you can do it without the slash.
That's true. All right. If you look in the character sheets for Jacob, look at his appearance. That is the macro for the regular dice rolls and shit. While I'm here, under his buddy, which is a mechanic we're not using, there's the hit location thing. So there you go. Now I remember there was a problem copying macros off of Discord before, and I don't remember why, but all right, now you have this. But anyways, so you guys are gonna be full on water. So the question is, what does Dr. B want to be doing while this is all going on? You're totally fine just to sit tight, if that's what you want to do. Alternatively, you can choose one of those travel actions.
Well, he went searching for water, so I was gonna scavenge for any kind of edible food. See any edible plants around.
All right,
I'm gonna eat one of my rations, so I'm not overweight.
All right, there you go. All right, so foraging. Foraging in the spring carries... Actually, this should have been the same thing for Corporal Tam, but I forgot it. It's actually a -1 penalty to forage in the spring. But why would it be for water? Probably not. Whatever. All right, so you're going to get a -1 penalty to foraging because of the season, and you will indeed roll survival.
You think there'd be more water in the spring than any other?
Well, I got nothing survival, so it'd just be my intelligence.
I think it's because food that grows is probably not ready yet in the spring, whereas in the summer, it's harvestable.
No, I meant for foraging for water, like.
Oh yeah, that's it's weird that would be modified to buy it, but.
So if I don't have anything for survival, I just roll for intelligence, right?
Correct, and because it's a -1 penalty, you're just going to roll a d10. All right, you can push it, or you can just accept that failure. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna accept the failure.
Also, too, when you push rolls, I never enforce this in the other Free League games. Whenever you push a roll, you're supposed to be describing how you're taking a greater risk to accomplish your task. That's what pushing represents. But anyways.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, we were doing it at the beginning of our other Forbidden Lands game, but we stopped doing it after a while. Okay, so that was the afternoon shift. We are now, that was the evening shift. So we're now going to the night shift, where you guys can sleep. You could keep someone up to keep watch while you're sleeping, although that person will be tired the next day. Or you could just sleep and hope everything goes well.
Well, good night, guys. I'll let one of y'all.
Is there a way to rotate? Probably not with three of us.
There's not a way to... If you want to do a rotating thing, you have to have someone sleep during the evening, basically. While... Yeah. In fact, because I didn't mention that and you guys weren't prepared for it, I just won't even do a nighttime encounter, just to keep the game moving. But for the future day, you can keep that in mind. So yeah, all right, so here's what everyone needs to do. consume a unit of food off of your character sheet if you've not done already. You don't need water because you found the water source during the day. So yeah, everyone is going to be good. And I'll assume you slept with a campfire, so there's no risk of hypothermia. Since you know I'm not drawing for an encounter, there's no reason not to sleep with a fire. All right. All right, day 2. We're gonna roll to see how the weather's looking. Oh, the weather has become cloudy. That is fine. It's going to, in the darkness, it's going to make it a little harder to see. But other than that, you'll be okay. And actually, I think am I supposed to roll weather every shift? Should be every shift, not every day. Whatever. It's cloudy out, but that's it. It's fine. I'll just remember to start rolling every shift. All right. Yeah. I assume you guys will get on with your journey.
Oh yeah.
All right. All right. So for the first quarter of the day, for the morning, you guys you make some good progress. You're outside of a city that I did not look up in advance how to pronounce. I'm gonna assume Busco, and I don't know how the ZDR is pronounced. But anyways, possible encounter for that. All right, we got the 10 of Hearts. This one is eerily similar to the last encounter that you guys have found. All right, you guys don't hear an explosion this time, but as you are heading towards the intersection of the road, you can see a dark column of black smoke rising up ahead of you. You don't know what's there. You could attempt to bypass it, go around it, keep your distance, or like before, you could scout up to see what's going on.
Scout again?
Yep. I'll cover you.
All right, I'll have.
Scout up again.
I'm gonna have Dr. B make another reconnaissance roll as he sneaks up ahead.
Let's see here. Trying out the macro. You stupid cunt.
If the macro works right, you should have it'll give you a drop-down menu to choose your dice types, and then it'll ask you how many d6, which by default is 0. That's only something that comes up in combat. All right, beautiful. Another 2 successes. Another perfect approach to the scene. Yeah, you can see.
I'm a sneaky boy.
What was that?
I'm a sneaky boy.
You have been. All right. You guys see another. You guys see a truck. It looks like a civilian vehicle. It's actually like a large van. It is smoking. There's clearly a fire that has started in the engine. You see laying around it, lying around it. You can see 9 bodies on the ground. They are dressed in a mix of different U.S. military uniforms. You can spot a couple Marines. It looks like some airborne soldiers. And you can see on the road the brass shell casings all over the place around them. At least that's what you can see from a distance.
Once again, calling my comrades up to me so they can see what I'm seeing.
Is it safe? It's good, right?
Do we have to make like roll? Or this isn't really stealth. This is like scouting.
Yeah, if there was some risk of you guys being spotted, might be some recon rolls involved here, but there's not. So you guys can just kind of come up and get closer if you want to see what's going on.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Looks like there was a fierce firefight. Probably they have been ambushed. You realize of the 9 bodies, 3 of them, each dressed in uniforms, suggesting that they are United States Marines. They're still alive. Actually, I take that back. Parts of their outfits have been removed. Their boots are gone. Any like cool weather clothing have been removed. But you can tell 3 of them are alive. They are shivering, clearly hypothermic. They don't have any gear at all. No weapons, ammunition. Like I said, their boots have been removed. One of them looks up at you and says, "Help us. We need help. We don't have any food." The 3 guys that are down, they've clearly been shot and are in bad shape.
Did you say there was 9 bodies?
Not 9 bodies. Well, three of whom have turned out to still be alive. They do look hypothermic and starving though. Judging by the smoke coming off of the vehicle, the way the fire has burnt down and is smoldering, this could be like a day or 2 old.
What do you think, Dr. B?
I think we should check it out, but definitely keep your wits about you. Ready your weapons, safety on, kind of thing.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
About to throw you a curveball here.
All right.
How does cannibalism work?
There aren't particular rules for cannibalism. Eating a human being would be a stressful situation. So what would happen is you would have to you'd make a morale check against stress, and you would take a certain amount of stress damage if you were to resort to cannibalism.
No, you're not. All right. Just want to know.
Just keeping your options open.
Keeping them open. Yeah.
Did you see the episode? Did you see the episode of South Park with where they're all huddled in the gym after the disaster? And I think it's Ned who's like, "All right, we have to consider we might have to start eating people," and some random person's like, "It's been 4 hours."
Yep.
But anyways.
So yeah, y'all good to go down there?
Let's do it.
Yeah. As you check it out, like I said, it does definitely look like there was an ambush. Some sort of explosive device hit the vehicle, and the surviving soldiers fought back. The 3 that are on the ground are pleading for help. One of them tells you, says, it was marauders on the road. They set a bomb. As soon as it exploded, they started shooting. We've been here for a day. Please, we need some food, and if you could bring us with you, we're freezing out here.
Are they in good enough shape to walk?
No, they're definitely not. The fact that they've been laying alongside the road for a day suggests that they're probably not going to make good travel companions for you. And unfortunately, you don't have a vehicle to load them into.
Do you have to consume medicine to heal someone?
You mean for like your personal med kit kind of deal?
Yeah.
Let me. I think it does get consumed per use, but let me just check here.
I'm not gonna lie, my mind's going to RimWorld. Can we treat him without medicine?
Yeah, you can do that as well. Let me look up really quick how that works. I'm having PDF issues here. There we go. Okay. So yeah, personal med kit is disposable. It will give you a +1 medical aid roll on one person. You realize you probably are not going to be able to get these guys up and walking no matter what you do. They are clearly dying. At the very least, if you wanted to spend maybe 10 minutes per guy, you could try to stabilize them as best you can. Doing so, on the guy that you use the personal med kit, you'll get a +1 to your medical aid roll. On the other two guys, there won't be any bonus. However, if the three of you want to work together as a little trauma team, I'll give you a +2 per guy to represent the three of you working on them at the same time. If you want to spend the time here to try and treat them.
Think you can save him, Doc?
I'm a doctorate in name alone.
He's not a medical doctor.
I'm a doctorate in liberal arts, okay? I don't even know what that really teaches in real life, so...
Oh, we don't have anyone with medical skill, do we?
You do not. Jacob and Dr. B would be your best bets as help. Now, if the guy was suffering from depression, that's when Dr. B comes in because he's got the counselor ability. But yeah, so Jacob or Dr. B would have to be the primary.
D8.
So the way it works, if you did this, he's got a D8. 2 people assisting is a +2 bonus. That would give him another D8. And if you wanted to consume the med kit, then one of the guys would be a D10 and a D8. Because that guy would be a +3 total.
Should we do it? Should we help him out?
I think we should try.
Put our best foot forward. I'll try to help him out.
All right, we'll do the guy with the med kit first then. So a D10 and a D8. There's so many clicks.
Yeah, I'll just do it this way.
You know how to save the macro, right? You're not re-putting it in every time, are you? So alternatively, you can just roll 2 dice. I mean, yeah, that's fine too.
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing. Just get it done.
All right.
D12, D8.
All right. Well, the first
I'll
guy...
click D12. Forget that thing.
Oh, right, because you don't roll a D12. Your D8 and a D10 will use. So yeah, we'll call that a success. So the first guy, this consumes one of the personal med kits, whoever donated theirs, but you can get him stabilized. Not to say that he'll survive, but it won't be from bleeding to death or anything like that. So for the other 2 guys, you're going to roll 2d8 for each of them on those skill tests.
I was saying, get rid of my thing here. And again, what we're rolling?
2d8, because you have a d8 empathy, and then the +2 from your assistance gives you another d8. All right, you've stabilized a second of the third injured soldiers. Can we save all 3?
2d8 again.
Yep. All right, the last guy you failed. You can push the roll if you want, but you don't have to. If you push the roll, you would re-roll it.
What was a success?
6 or better is a success.
Okay.
If you push the roll and fail again, you'll suffer a point of stress damage since you're using empathy.
I think I'll push it.
All right, go and re-roll that 2d8.
Hey,
All right, yeah, you bandage and help all 3 of them best you can. They're still not mobile; they'll still need some time to recover, but at least they're not dying. You could just leave them as is and hope for the best now, because you can't really take them with you. However, if you really want to give them the best shot of survival, you would also leave behind 3 rations of food and water. Of course, those are precious resources, so that is really up to the group.
I guess I could donate 1 and 1.
I can also donate 1 and 1 because by the way it's looking, we'll reach that town tomorrow. And I'm good for tonight.
All right, so we've got enough food and water donated for 2 of them. What about the third guy?
Well, Jacob,
I only have 1 ration left.
you're a liar. You have 3.
Oh, then I have 2 rations left.
Yeah, to the left of your character there is the amount. Or to the left of the item, by the way, is the number you're carrying. That's what I meant to say.
Well, I was looking on the sheet; it only said 2, so I just assumed I had 2. Yeah, I could donate 1 to that guy. Sure.
All right. And as you take off food and water, don't forget to update the weight as well, because it'll lighten you up. All right, so Jacob's donating a unit of food and water. Is that the plan?
Yep.
All right, go ahead and take off a unit of food and water on everyone's character sheet, 1 and 1. All right. Yeah, you've got these guys bandaged up. They've got enough food and water, so at least they'll be fed tonight. Can't take them with you, unfortunately, but you've given them the best possible chance to survive, which means you'll leave this situation without having to make any stress rolls. They might still die, but you've done the best you could for them. All right. For the second quarter of the day, I assume you guys will get back on the road, right? All right.
Yep.
So that's going to take you here and then here, because the road kind of moves wonkily. And then the next day, 1, 2... Yeah, you'll get there by the second quarter of the day. All right. The daytime quarter is over. 9 of hearts. All right, as you guys are traveling along the road, a vehicle approaches. Since Dr. B is the scout of the group, Dr. B is going to make a recon check. Because they are approaching in a vehicle, and you are not in a vehicle, that is a +2 bonus to the recon check, which maxes out at 2d12.
That's pretty much it right there, so. Yeah, 20.
4 total successes, because a tenor up is 2 successes. Okay. Not only will you spot them in advance, you're going to spot them so far off that if you guys chose to conceal your positions, get off the side of the road and hide, I wouldn't even require stealth checks. You heard that thing coming miles away. So, assuming that you guys will bunker down to at least see what's coming, unless you want to openly approach it, that's fine. You see 2 pickup trucks driving down the road. Like I said, you guys are perfectly concealed because of that recon check, so you can just see them. 2 pickup trucks. It looks like altogether there are 9 people inside of the in the back of the pickup trucks. All of them are armed with AKM rifles. One of the pickup trucks in the back has a DSHK heavy machine gun, a Soviet heavy machine gun, mounted in the back of it. They aren't dressed like soldiers. These look like civilians, but I assume you're just gonna let them pass by unless you want to try and trade with them or something. Or a daring ambush to steal the pickup truck, even though there's 9 of them.
Are they all in the pickup truck?
Yeah, there's 2 pickup trucks, so they're about roughly half and half. The odd number guy is in the one with the heavy machine gun. I will say an ambush on these guys would be very dangerous unless you had a very good opening barrage on them.
What would an RPG do?
If you hit a pickup truck directly with an RPG, you would obliterate it. If you miss the pickup truck, the fragmentation from the RPG would have a decent chance of it wouldn't take out the truck, but there's a decent chance it would harm some of the people.
Not worth it.
All right.
Yeah, I don't like the chance of possibly having to take on 9 people.
I picture Corporal Tan, or Tam, eyeballing one of those 83 millimeter rockets, which I believe is the size of the rocket, for a moment, and then letting the truck pass.
I was eyeballing my own frag grenades, thinking I could just toss one underneath.
That's it.
I was ready to go on out.
All right, you guys, you think better of it. Perhaps your eye on the ultimate objective of this mission. All right, that said, second quarter of the day is done. So for the evening time, same thing. Setting camp. If you want to forage for water or hunt for food, you can. If you want someone to keep watch at night without becoming sleep deprived, they will have to sleep during the second quarter. They are allowed to sleep while camp is being set up. And oh man, I forgot all about the failure of the previous May camp. Whatever, I'll just skip it. I had noted down what was going to happen to you, but we'll pretend it never happened.
I'll sleep this time
because it would have changed things in the rest of the day. All right, so Tam is going to sleep so he can stay up at night. I assume, does Dr. B want to try and make camp again? Or is Dr. B going hunting?
Yeah, I'll make the camp.
You'll make the camp?
All right, so go ahead and make your survival check to make camp.
So, want me to make camp?
Yeah, if you're
I'm gonna take this. Yeah.
To make camp, it's survival check.
So D8 and D10.
Any penalties or bonuses?
No penalties or bonuses.
Uh-oh.
Don't say uh-oh.
All right, unless you want to push it, I'm rolling a D10 for a camp hazard.
Man, I'm rolling double digits all night, dude.
Push it.
Yeah, I'll push it.
All right.
Let's roll the same dice, right?
Yep.
Uh,
All right.
Hey.
You set up camp successfully. You are fine. One thing I forgot to take into account earlier for foraging. Foraging in the open is a -1 penalty. I forgot about that last time, but whatever. So looking for food or water in the open terrain is -1. It's also spring, so if you're looking for food, that's an additional -1. Scrounging for equipment, there's no penalty. Hunting is a +1 bonus in open terrain, though, so there is that.
Oh.
So what is Dr. B gonna do?
Oh, do I get a
I
penalty?
don't know.
Do I count as having slept outside or whatever for this?
You don't. As long as the camp is being made while you're sleeping, that's fine.
I don't know. It would not be good for me to try to forage for food because I only got 1d12, and then those both -1s would put me down to a 1d8.
Ooh.
All right. You could try to
Hunt?
hunt if you wish.
Probably the best thing. Just do something here. So I think I'll try to hunt.
All right. So, if my hunting was there. All right. Hunting is a complex procedure in this game. Here's what you're gonna do. First, you're gonna try to see. You don't have any snares, so you can't use trapping. First, you're gonna make a survival check to see what type of prey you can potentially track. It's in the open, so you get a +1 bonus for doing so.
So if I already have a d12, it'd be d12 and d6.
Yes. All right, that's a failure unless you choose to push.
I'd probably push it. That's better.
All right, 2 successes. Now, because you pushed the roll, I forgot to do this earlier, you have to justify that pushed roll by explaining how you are hunting in a way that is reckless or dangerous.
You mentioned that earlier. Alright, so it's more dangerous than anything. I'm looking around for what I can hunt. I'm not even hunting it, just what I can. So I'd probably end up moving further into like away from the group, I guess, to try to expand.
Sure. Yeah, each of these hexes are 10 kilometers, so definitely. All right, because you have 2 successes, you're going to roll 2d6, and we're going to see potential animals you could track. Okay, so you have a choice between 2 animals that you can track. You've got a fox and you've got a boar. Here's the thing. The fox will be easier to bring down if you don't make a lethal shot on it. The boar will be a little harder to bring down. Actually, I take that back. What weapon does Dr. B have?
I have a combat knife and an M249.
An M249. They're equally easy to kill. Never mind. Because I think the M2, yeah, it's a light machine gun. All right, it doesn't matter what kind of animal. All right, so you can search for the fox or the boar. The only reason you would go for the fox is if you were using snares, but you're not. So boar is the way it is. Okay, you have successfully tracked a pig, which will provide a great amount of food for y'all. Now, here's the thing. You have to decide how close to the pig you want to get, and then you have to shoot at it. If you fail either one of these tasks, your prey will escape. In terms of how close do you want to get to it, well, let's see here. What's the range on your light machine gun?
6.
6. Okay. Basically, that means if you want to approach within 60 meters, you can do so without any penalties. And in fact, 6 is a long enough range weapon. You can get to close. You could get to close range to this thing with a +1 bonus to recon. If you wanted to try and sneak up all the way to like point blank range to get a huge bonus on your shot, you could do so with a -2 penalty. So close range or point blank range.
So close range was +1 to recon?
+1 bonus to sneak up on it. If you want to get
I'm getting close range then.
Okay, yeah. So go ahead and make your recon check. All right, you have masterfully snuck up next to the creature. Now, you are going to make a ranged combat attack. Here's the way it's going to work with a light machine gun. You're going to make your ranged combat skill. There's no bonuses or penalties at this range. And when it asks you how many D6, you're going to choose a number of D6 up to the rate of the fire of the weapon. So if you choose 1 D6, it means you're using a D6 bullets in this burst. If you want to go crazy and mow this thing down, you can roll a whole bunch of D6. I'll tell you, it's not really necessary against a boar to do that. But yeah, the choice is yours. I recommend 1 D6, but it's
Yeah, definitely. I think I only need the 1d6.
All out.
all right. Go ahead and do your go make your ranged
My
combat
range?
check. Yep.
What is it? Is that I add the 1d6 onto this?
So you'd select rate of fire 1.
Yeah, rate of fire 1, that'll roll a d6. So the rate of fire dice will be 1.
Okay, see how this works here.
All right. You have hit the boar. Your weapon has a damage of 2, right?
Yes.
All right. You have killed the boar, and you've used 2 units of ammunition. So you'll have to manually track how many bullets are left in the belt. There's a little bit more bookkeeping in this system than in other games. So you'll note that you have 98 bullets left in the belt. Probably doesn't justify changing it out. But yeah, you have killed a boar, which will give you 4 units of meat. Don't worry about the weight of the meat yet, because some of it is probably going to get consumed. Let me see for cooking if that takes an entire shift or not. All right, so you have 4 units of meat. The meat can be eaten raw. However, doing so will give you risk of food poisoning. Alternatively, someone can spend a shift cooking by the campfire. Normally, there wouldn't be time to do this today because it took you the evening to shoot the thing, and then you'd be sleeping. at night. But just for the sake of the fact that we only have 3 characters in this party, I'll say that you guys can go ahead and I'll say, you know what? I'll say that since Corporal Tam is staying awake, that Corporal Tam will be the one who can cook the food tonight, as you guys are getting ready for bed. So, Corporal Tam, you're going to make a survival check to see how safe your food preparation is.
I'll give it the old razzle-dazzle seasoning. Uh-oh.
All right, so you have 4 units of domestic rations. They weigh the same amount as your regular rations. It's up to you guys now.
But there's something wrong with.
They're going to be a little wonky. Your characters don't know that. That really should be a that role really should be a secret thing, but whatever. They're a little wonky, so it's up to you tonight. It doesn't mean that they'll kill you necessarily, but there's a chance of getting sick if you eat them. So for tonight, everyone needs to spend 1 unit of water and 1 unit of either the domestic rations here or your survival rations. It's up to you guys which ones you want to eat.
I mean, logically speaking, we would eat the oldest stuff first, or the most perishable stuff first.
Yeah, the cooked meat lasts 1 week, whereas the other stuff lasts for like ever.
So we would probably eat meat, in my opinion.
Okay. So that's going to leave you with
At least
one.
I would.
Yeah, that's going to leave you. I'm assuming everyone's eating the fresh kill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's going to leave you with 1 unit of domestic food that you can keep with you. Who wants to carry that? It weighs a quarter of a unit, just like the other food.
I'll carry it.
All right. In a longer campaign, you'd actually have to keep track too of the day that you got it because it lasts a week. Food spoilage is a kind of a particular thing in this game, but it's beyond the scope of this adventure. All right. So you guys are covered in food. Everyone, take off a unit of water if you have not already done so. And then, because the food wasn't totally properly prepared, everyone make a stamina check to see how your stomach handles it.
Fuck.
This roll is not pushable too. Also, pushable rolls are only for activities that your character is like actively doing. Anything passive or
Oh wow.
or not cannot be pushed.
You will never cook again.
All right, Zeus, did you roll yet?
That must have been a radioactive board.
Oh, endurance. I'm trying to
I took
figure
it
it out.
down 2 shots.
Stamina.
I took down the Boar Hulk in 2 shots.
Okay. Is it strength?
I think stamina is under strength.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, if you look at your
Oh.
if you look at the character sheet, you can see
Oh.
under strength, heavy weapons, close combat, stamina.
Okay, so I would roll D10 and a D6. Okay, all right. Ooh, let's go.
All
Still better than me.
right. I actually messed up, so I'm gonna have Dr. Katz and Jacob both reroll. I'll let Tam be okay. It's actually, I just looked up food poisoning here. It's a +2 bonus to resist food poisoning. So reroll with a +2
Oh.
bonus. Food poisoning is an easier one to avoid. So we'll just pretend those rolls didn't happen.
Dr. Katz would roll a D8, 2D8 in that case, right?
Correct, because you increase your smallest die, and if you're missing a die, it goes to a D6. So. All right. Unfortunately, Dr. Katz, it wasn't meant to be. All right. So Corporal Tam and Jacob are fine. Dr. Katz has caught a bout of food poisoning. Dr. Katz, in the morning, you're going to have abdominal pains, maybe a little bit of vomiting, maybe a little bit of diarrhea as well. Your character is going to suffer 1 point of damage, which will go against his hit capacity. And he's just going to be generally uncomfortable.
Am I put down my diseases for the day, or?
Yeah, you can put food poisoning and note that you've taken 1 point of damage.
Fun fact, an M249 can fire as fast as 20 rounds per second.
Yeah, the squad automatic weapon. Yeah, it's like a light machine gun. All right.
I would call it a heavy machine gun. It's like a suppressing weapon.
No, it's because you can carry it. It's a light machine gun. It's actually a squad automatic weapon, which is like a subcategory of a light machine gun. Like a heavy machine gun would be something that you need like a tripod or a vehicle, like a 50 caliber kind of deal.
Minigun style.
Yeah, there you go. But anyways,
I guess when I hear the name, I think of a fairly heavy weapon that lays down a lot of fire. Because that's like its purpose is suppressing fire.
But light machine guns are weapons that are defined as they are able to be carried. I don't know what the exact weight of it has to be, but they're supposed to be like a mobile thing, and that's what the squad automatic weapon is.
Yeah, I don't know anything about actual classifications.
It's like the BAR.
I'm a weak, old liberal arts doctor with a big old gun.
Yep. All right. Anyways, you guys are fine going into day 3. I mean, Dr. B has to stop every now and then to shit and maybe spew, and probably complains about his stomach. But other than that, you are all right. So for the first quarter
a couple times got an earful.
Yeah, right. Yeah. All right. For the first quarter of the day, so you guys will have a choice here. You can kind of do this if you watch here. You can go here and here to stay on the road, and then in the second quarter of the day safely get here. Or actually, I take that back, because even if you did one shift off-road, you wouldn't get there any faster. So the point is, you're gonna end up moving like this if you stay on the road. This hex and this hex, because the road doesn't go directly there. All right, encounter the King of Clubs. I feel like clubs is the bad one. I forget.
We did well with that Jack of Clubs for the first one.
Oh man. All right. As you guys are traveling near the city, you can hear the... well, maybe you hear it before they see you. This is going to be another recon roll by Dr. B with a +2 bonus because there is a vehicle involved here.
God, +2 bonus? So that'd be 2d12s and 1d6?
No, 2d12 is the
Or
max.
just-
2d12 is the
Okay.
max, so...
That's right.
All right. Once again, you guys are getting out of the way. Because you've rolled multiple successes, too, I won't even require a recon check to hide. You guys will have plenty of time to get off to the side of the road and find a nice concealed position that you can spy. Coming down the road, you can see... this looks like a Soviet military unit. There's a BTR-70 armored personnel carrier equipped with a KPV heavy machine gun and a turret. You don't know how many people... Oh, and behind it, there's 2 GAZ-66 trucks behind it. So an armored personnel carrier, 2 trucks. The trucks are covered. You can't see what's in them. You also obviously can't see what's inside the APC. However, the vehicles are moving very slowly. Suggesting, with troops walking alongside of them, suggesting the vehicles are too full to carry the troops. You see 12 Russian soldiers marching along in 2 columns of 6 soldiers each on either side. The soldiers are well armed. They're in their full combat kit. They have AK-74 rifles, so the modern Soviet weapons. Once again, though, because of a good recon, you're able to get out of the way. There's no chance that they'll spot you if you guys just want to hide, unless you want to try for the ambush again. But this one looks even more dangerous than the trucks to you.
Yeah, we didn't do the 9 people one. I'm not doing something that could be 20-something people.
Also, too, these are clearly trained soldiers, whereas the others look like civilians. All right. Like, the encounters in this game are brutal. My God. Like, Jesus. Anyways, I kind of like that though. Like, the roads are dangerous. All right. What can I say? All right. Yeah. You guys avoid certain death, and then finally, you make it into the city. If you guys want to, you're crossing a river. Go ahead and fill up your water. So you'll have 2 units of water each. If you're able to wait till you have access to a campfire before drinking it, the water will be boiled, which any biological, germs and bacteria will be boiled out of it. So hopefully there's no poison or anything in it. But yes, you make it to Stutzen. After a little bit of looking around in the city, you can find the general area of your contact, and in fact, to your luck, you find him very quickly. Dmitri, with a handful of his people, he's by an old warehouse. He's got 6 people with him. They are armed with AK-74 rifles. Yeah, when you approach from a distance, Dmitri shouts out to you, and he yells, "All right, hold on. Keep your rifles above your head. Mag's empty if you're going to approach. Then we can talk."
Deal. And I pull out my crossbow, my bow.
Hold it up with an arrow next to it, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'll put this mag belt on me again and hold up this really big gun.
Sure. All right, is Tam doing the same thing?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. You've all got your weapons above your head, so they can be they can be seen that they are not loaded. The bow is probably unnecessary to raise up, but doing that all despite that. When you first get up there, you realize Dmitri, who you guys have had limited personal contact with, he doesn't recognize you right away. But he starts talking. He says, "Well, I take it you guys are looking to trade with old Dmitri, since you approached my warehouse immediately."
That's right.
More like looking to cash in.
He says, "Cash in? Look, I've got some bad news for you. A couple of fine people, maybe 6 or 7 hours ago, decided to cash in before you. I've lost most of my goods. I'm happy to trade with what I have left, though."
What do you have left?
I've got some clean water. I've got a fair amount of food. Limited ammunition. Spare parts, scrap, such like that.
You have any water filters?
I've got some iodine tablets. Fresh out of filters, though.
Ah.
What about antibiotics?
I used to have a shit ton of antibiotics. Like I said, they were taken a few hours ago, maybe 7 hours ago.
Who'd you trade him to?
That's a funny word. A couple of gentlemen came up, armored personnel carrier, rifles. My guards were away at the time, at least the majority of them. They caught me completely off guard. I didn't have a choice. They made reasonable deal with me. Leave me alone in exchange for some of my goods, and they headed off. I knew those guys were going to be in trouble as soon as they came in the area. It's really my own damn fault for not being more ready for them, or maybe even making a preemptive strike. Fortunately, they've got my most expensive goods now. You could try to trade with them yourselves, but they're not men of honor like I am. What does that matter?
How many were there?
He scratches his head. Well, I don't know if anyone was riding in the armored personnel carrier, or if it was even, if it even had ammunition. But yeah, there was the APC, and there were 6 of them that came out of it to confront me, well armed. My scouts saw them a couple days ago when they came into the area. There's this ruined farmhouse, or this small ruined town to the south of the city. That's where they've taken up residence. Generally, these marauders, they won't stay here very long. They probably heard of old Dimitri, decided to come and clean me out. Luckily, I had more than they could take. I figure they'll probably be gone in a couple of days.
I'm gonna look to Doc and Jacob and say, well, what do you say we go retrieve those goods?
Looks like we got a little trip down to Tarnov.
Dimitri looks intrigued when you say this. And he says, so, you thinking of taking on those bandits for real?
Don't have much of a choice.
He says, look, let's make a deal then. I understand how it works. Once you retrieve those goods, you're the owner. I don't have any right to them. I understand the way the world works now, but hear me out. Bring back everything to me. Everything that they stole, I will pay you for it. I will give you a good deal. You said you needed antibiotics? Done. I can give you those. I don't have water filters, but you want iodine tablets? Boom. I can give you iodine tablets. In addition, I have, in a secret location, I have got one hell of a nice pickup truck. It's converted to alcohol. It's got a full tank. I'll even give you a couple cans of fuel. You bring back everything they stole. What do you say?
Sounds like I'm on board.
Oh yeah, pickup truck sounds nice.
Says, all right, good luck. And now that I have an investment in this mission, wait here for a second. He grabs 3 of his guys and just runs into his warehouse without another word for you, leaving you guys kind of awkwardly sitting outside. After a minute or two, he comes back out. He says, "Hey, I got a question. He's carrying a huge crate, or at least 2 of his soldiers are." He says, "Do any of you have a radio of some sort? That's kind of crucial to what I'm planning here."
I don't.
Oh, I do.
He
It's
says,
personal to me, though.
He says, "Oh, no. I wasn't asking for it. We only got one walkie-talkie amongst us, and we got this." And he opens up the crate. Inside of it, you can see a Russian 81 millimeter mortar. There's 4 shells with it. If you want to accept the help, these 2 boys here know how to fire this thing. They stop a ways off, out of sight of the camp. You got the radio. I don't know if you guys have any forward observer experience, but we're welcome to provide mortar support. If you want my guys coming along, I understand. Maybe the trust is an issue, but I promise you, they're not going to betray you. They work for me. It's up to you though. I'm happy to let you go alone if you prefer to do it that way.
I would welcome the extra firepower personally.
I definitely welcome a mortar.
Yeah, let's fucking World War II this bitch.
He goes, he says, all right, great. They'll come along. All right, so here's a question for you guys. He'll relay the coordinates to you, and now that you've got some of his guys with you, there's no chance you won't find said bandit camp. However, it is approaching dusk. This will make ranged combat more difficult. However, it will make stealth easier. You could go now and engage them at dusk, or you could, if you prefer broad daylight, you could wait till tomorrow. It's up to you guys.
My idea is that we should rest now, get in somewhat close during nighttime when we can sneak through, and I want to attack at first daybreak.
Let's attack while the knife's hot, right? No way they'll expect immediate retaliation. Especially from the sky.
I don't know, we got the sky, you have your fucking RPG over there, I have some frag grenades.
And I got my bow. Perfect combination.
But what we need to do first is that we can, maybe I can try to recon, see if I can see where they're holding supplies, because I don't want to be blowing everything up. That's the only thing, because we just say shoot for it and we end up hitting all the supplies. There go the antibiotics. There goes our deal with Dimitri.
Alright, look, hear me out. How big are these mortars, Nate?
The 81 millimeter mortar. I mean, it's a fairly large, heavy piece of equipment.
So look, back in the day, this guy called Rambo. I attach the mortar to my arrow and then I shoot it.
Oh, you mean
it goes kaboom?
You mean the shell? Yeah, the bow does not have enough strength to propel an 81 millimeter mortar shell.
Fine.
This shell
would have enough for a frag grenade.
Yeah, to give you an idea, this shell could potentially it has enough propellant to travel a couple of kilometers, potentially. So I mean, it's an artillery piece.
So y'all good with that though? Rest now, sneak in during night, in the morning.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Yeah, Dimitri will happily provide you with accommodations. You guys don't worry about food. Don't worry about water. Dimitri will take care of you. For the next morning.
Does that mean we get rid of the nasty river water?
Yeah, you'll be able to boil it and decontaminate it here. I mean, alternatively, he'll drop some iodine tablets in it, which is the same thing. However, Jacob, for the next morning, I want Jacob to make a stamina check with a +2 bonus.
Oh shit! Am I being poisoned?
This is for the food poisoning. See if it heals or if it turns into something worse.
That's mine.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Why do I keep saying? I'm seeing the J in James, and it makes me say, I like Jacob. But all right, Dr. B. I meant Dr. B.
All right, so stamina check +2.
Correct.
So that's just 2d8 then. Hey, that's pretty good right there.
All right, so you won't heal that point of damage you took over the night because you're still dealing with food poisoning during the day. However, you will be recovered. You'll be recovered the next morning. So it is the morning.
So don't have food poisoning.
Yeah, the morning of day 4. What you guys can do, you can head down right now in the morning. It's still considered dusk lighting. If you want to, Dr. B could spend a shift resting. That would recover the 1 damage you took, and then you could go down later. It's up to you.
Yeah, because my plan was that we rest now because it's evening time. It's dusk. We can try to sneak in through the night when we can be less seen, and then hit him in the morning.
Oh, sneak into... I'm sorry, I was thinking you were going the next morning. Okay, no, that's fine, yeah. You can sneak into the town during the night. That's fine.
As of course, if Comrade should go with that, Corporal, racist ex-cop.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Yeah. So during the nighttime, you guys head down to the city. It will be harder to find in the dark. There will be a chance of getting lost. So I'm gonna have one of you make a survival check. I'm gonna give you a +1 bonus because you've got the 2 guys with you that have seen the place before.
Oh, who's making it?
My survival no good. Recon good. Survival no go.
I think Jacob is going to be the guy for this job.
Okay, mine's a D, so I'm guessing it's just a D6.
You said +2 because you had 2 guys?
+1 bonus just for having the intel of where it is.
That's intelligence, so D10, D8. All right. You see, it's this way.
All right, you made it. By the way, if you ever roll 2 or more natural ones, that's a mishap. This includes ammo dice, so if you're in combat and you're firing a lot of ammo, you increase your chance of a mishap. But all right, yeah. During the night, you guys move 1 hex south, and you find this place. So it is nighttime right now. I'm gonna roll for weather. I should have been rolling for this all along, but if I roll a 6, it'll be cloudy again. All right, it is not cloudy. It is a nice night. All right. So I'm gonna have does Dr. B want to try and scout out their locations at night to see where they are, or wait until there is a little light out so the whole group can get into position? Your heavy mortar team, just to make sure there's no chance of them being spotted, they're gonna set up basically just outside the bounds of this map and wait for a radio call to start shelling if you guys so wish.
I'm gonna wait till there's some light so I can get a better sight on everything. Cause I don't have night vision.
All right, yeah, that's fair. All right. The next day then. One thing you guys will be able to see / hear, because it basically idles all night, is indeed the armored personnel carrier that you guys have heard about. So I'm going to drag this token on the map here. Or at least I'm going to try
and recover my food poisoning hit damage, right? So I'm back up to my 5.
You actually won't be. You have to rest an entire shift And you guys spent the nighttime traveling, and you're spending the morning attacking, so you're still at 1 damage, unless you want to wait another shift.
We rested during evening back in the city.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. That food poisoning roll was actually supposed to be for the next morning.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We're good then.
I misinterpreted what you guys were doing before, but anyways. All right, yeah. There is an armored personnel carrier here. It looks like its turret is sort of observing these two approach points. The rubble here gives it a tiny bit of cover, but this is basically a destroyed city. The only thing that is still intact is this parking garage or carport, depending what part of the world you're from. That seems to be the only thing standing. The rest of it is just rubble and craters. If you guys want to, there's a handout called Cover. You can look at the different terrain types to see some of their properties, like movement penalties, penalties on ranged attacks if you're firing into them. Yeah, so let me ask this of James, or Dr. B. How close do you want to get to them to try and scout out the area? The closer you get, the better chance you'll have of seeing more information, and of course the better chance that their lookouts will have of spotting you as well.
Okay.
It is dusk, so you'll get a -1 to your recon for spotting them, but you'll get a +1 towards stealth. And basically, you pick a number of hexes of how close you want to get. Well, basically, you can get anywhere super close, which is a -2 on stealth, all the way to really far away, which is a +2 for stealth, but the penalties will be opposite for spotting purposes. Or you can get within 5 hexes, and there's no bonus or penalty to stealth or spotting. And multiple people can come with you on this journey as well. It'll just be the worst stealth check, the worst recon roll amongst you for stealth, and the best for spotting.
What do you think? You're the reconnaissance expert here.
Probably best if I go alone, because I'm just trying to see where people are at, and then I can come back and let everyone know. We can radio in the drop when we get close all together.
Works for me.
So that's where we are right now on the map.
I'm just throwing you here as a placeholder. You can approach from pretty much any angle that you guys want. But if you're just scouting out the place first, I won't worry the exact positions of your teammates. I guess you could say they're like way back here somewhere.
Yeah, they're somewhere off in the distance.
Yeah, we'll say they're off the map to make it impossible to make it so they can't be spotted. And actually, this is Dr. B right here. All right. So yeah, Dr. B, go ahead and drag yourself onto the map wherever you want to try and get to them. 5 hexes away. We use the BTR as just a general reference. Up to 5 hexes away will be no penalties and bonuses to like stealth and all that. 6 or more hexes, bonus stealth, penalty observation. And if you want to get within 1 hex of the enemy, penalty stealth, bonus observation.
Okay, so with that logic there, I want to make my way over to about here, just amidst the rubble.
All right. 2, 3, 4. We'll put you at about 8 hexes away from the action. All right. First, I'm going to have you make a recon roll. between your distance from the enemy and the poor lighting, because it's still dusk, you're going to get a +2 bonus to recon. Otherwise, one of their lookouts will spot you. Alright, you sneak up there just fine. Next, you are going to make another recon check to see how well you can survey the scene. It's going to be a -2 penalty. Again, distance, poor lighting. It's impossible that you won't see anything. It's just a matter of how much you're able to spot.
So it's -2?
Yep. All right. We didn't do that -2 correctly, but that's okay. We'll let it stand. The way it works, bonuses go to your small die. Penalties come off your largest die.
Okay.
But
I can change it.
No,
It's
no.
all right.
I am totally okay with that. That roll. You have multiple successes. I am okay with that. All right. You're gonna see. You're gonna spot a couple of bad guys on the map. I'm gonna drag them to their appropriate hexes. Okay. There's a guy up on this little roof area of the carport. He has a light machine gun, like an RPK style machine gun. He's just got it on a bipod on the roof. Then you can also spot sort of walking around. There's 2 guys in the same hex as the armored personnel carrier. These guys are clearly actively scouting. They're walking down the roads very, very carefully. And then I'll make a second group of guys here. So yeah, on the carport, beyond this little ledge, you've noticed at least 3 guys who walk around. Now, as for if there's anyone inside the building or on top of it beyond the roof, that's impossible to see. But for sure, you can see this number of guys. And obviously, you don't know how many are in the armored personnel carrier. Probably none, unless they're resting or sleeping, not counting driver, gunner. But this is what you see right now. The guys down here are the ones that are like most actively scouting, and the machine gunner here is most actively scouting. These guys, they just sort of poke their heads up every now and then casually.
Rovers. Okay. All right. I'm going to try to head back to my team here and relay the information I have.
All right.
Do you need me to do another recon roll to...
No, you're good to back off.
All right, cool. So I'll go back to Corporal Tam and Jacobs and tell them, all right, so got the armored truck out there. There's 2 guys that are right next to it. They're the ones that are scouting around the most. And then I've seen 4 guys on the roof of the carport at the end, with one having an LMG, and he looks like he'd be the best of spotting us when we get close.
So we motor the LMG guy, right? And then we go in, and then we Rambo everyone else. That's what I'm hearing.
I'm thinking you Rambo the LMG guy, we mortar the armored car.
I was going to say I can time the mortar with a shot from my RPG as well.
You have a fucking RPG?
Yeah, he's got an RPG.
Yeah. That's
You've been
why
walking around with an
RPG
this entire time?
That's why he was contemplating going after those pickup trucks before.
I thought it was a joke. You just been walking around with the RPG this entire time?
and 3 rockets that are probably sticking up out of whatever the hell he's holding them in.
Without a backpack, you're a walking time bomb. The type of shit. All right, fine.
That could be a different approach. Is RPG the armored vehicle and mortar the top of the carport? So, how many more shells did you say they have with them?
They have 4. They have 4 high explosive shells in total.
What would an RPG be likely to be able to take out an armored personnel carrier?
Yeah, absolutely.
That thing is designed for bullets, not explosives.
Yeah, the APCs are for like small arms and maybe heavy small arms or light autocannons, but the RPG is designed to take on tanks. So a direct hit to an APC should, in theory, do a great deal of damage. In fact, it should take it out.
So Tam, quick question: do you have any other weapon on you?
Yeah, I've got my was it M14?
You have an M16.
M16.
I would hope they didn't give you an M14. That would mean they don't like you. Those things are those are Vietnam eras when they stopped being used. Actually,
it took them 11 years to make E4, so
there is an M.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's true. There is an M14 in the book though, because they're very popular civilian weapons. All right, I'm gonna just drag out a couple of weapon cards here, just so this is really more for my reference, but it also lets you see what the enemy is packing.
Okay, that's what you got.
All right, and this KPV machine gun I'm bringing out, that is the weapon. This is the turret weapon for the armored personnel carrier. It's the equivalent of a 50 caliber machine gun. And then make this big enough just so I can read it. It's a BTR 60 is the specific weapon they're using. I'm gonna rearrange these things a bit.
Yeah. How much PTSD does Tam have? You must be one crazy motherfucker to walk around with an RPG to get fucking water.
I mean, it's mine, so
that's
might as well keep it.
No, actually, that's an interesting element to this game. Is it's very difficult to have equipment stockpiles because there's no safe place with a world full of scavengers to set down your equipment or hide it. So you basically have to be able to carry all of your belongings with you that you own, and unless you find a safe place to keep them. So it's an interesting element to this game, deciding what to carry, what you might have to leave behind. But
we all survived the nuclear war. We all got PTSD.
I was say you're probably a little rattled at the very least. But yeah, how do you guys want to approach?
Let's see here. I'm definitely for mortaring the armed personnel vehicle because I think that would give us the better accuracy of getting it. And plus, just destroying that from the air is definitely going to surprise the enemy.
So I'll go ahead and tell you, you guys would know that the 81 millimeter mortar. Well, I was going to say it's unlikely that it would destroy the APC. I take that back. If it scored a direct hit on the APC, then it probably would obliterate it. However, scoring a direct hit on the APC with indirect fire would require just a phenomenal lucky shot. And then the fragmentation that the weapon would fire off probably wouldn't damage the APC. It'd probably obliterate the guys that are standing around it, though. That being said, it could score a direct hit with the mortar shell and absolutely penetrate through the top armor of that thing. So I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying it's a tricky shot, and you guys would be aware of that. But like I said, even if you miss, the guys that are next to it, there's a good chance they're toast.
So now I'm hearing we could possibly walk away with an armored vehicle.
Oh, what's the range on the RPG?
Did I not put a range in on there?
You didn't put it in at all.
You should have the RPG. I added a picture of the RPG. I didn't put the stats with it though. Oh, I didn't put any of the stats.
There's no stats though.
Oh, you know why I did that? Because I was going to give you the full weapon card with all the stats on it, but it didn't fit neatly on your character sheet. So here, let me throw it into the Court of Dis for you. All right, there's your RPG 7. Here's the way range works. That many hexes is short range. Double that is medium range. Double that is long range, and anything beyond that is considered extreme. -1 penalty per range over medium. I actually felt like some of these ranges were a little short. I was going to house rule them, or a little long actually, but I'm going to just leave it as is. So up to 6 hexes away from you is short range with an RPG 7.
Okay then.
And looking at the RPG 7 stats, it is way more than you need to eliminate. This is like a 1960s, 1970s variant of the BTR as well. It's not. This is like something that came out of like a militia or National Guard kind of unit. There's no way like any modern military would have still been using this one. Yeah, the BTR 60 is a 1960s era, so this is like a Vietnam era APC.
So it'll probably destroy all the inside contents as well.
There's a not necessarily. It's quite possible you can destroy the vehicle, disable it without an explosion. However, it's a powerful munition that's hitting it. So if it does hit ammunition, well, it doesn't really have any ammunition that you have to worry about, but the fuel tanks could go up. This thing only has 50 caliber ammunition, so it's not like it has an autocannon or anything.
So is it a crit table? Is that how that works?
Yeah, when you hit it, there's a table that we roll on to see what component is damaged, and then based on how much damage you do, other components can get hurt, and then even if you don't take out the vehicle, there's a chance the crew will abandon, just if they fail a morale check for taking a penetrating hit. Oh, and
what are the odds of destroying the contents, if you don't mind? By my estimation,
fairly high, because a penetrating hit will fill the crew and passenger compartment with the fragments from the shell when it penetrates.
So you think they're storing everything in there? Should we hold off on the RPG?
Storing all that stuff in a place where it could be easily taken doesn't seem like a smart thing to do. So I feel like they would definitely have it in the carport, definitely lower level, where you can't really see into it, and it's more secure. Because I mean, that thing survived everything so far. Because all the other shit is just blasted away.
What?
But they could have left some. I don't think they stored all the cargo in there. There could be some, though.
Think it's worth it?
I think it's worth it just to have fun with this.
I will tell you, if you didn't want to RPG it, you really don't have much in the way of weapons to disable it otherwise. And if it does
I'll start RPG it.
And if it does have ammunition for its main weapon, the 50 caliber would be a very dangerous.
Yep.
very dangerous weapon to use against.
All right, that'll be. We'll do that.
All right. So here's what I want you guys to do. Place yourselves on the map where you want to attempt to sneak up to. Then, based on a recon roll, a single roll for the entire group, you might not make it exactly where you want before you get spotted. But yeah, just go ahead and show me where you want to go on the map. Let me tell you again how the range is.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what's the difficulty based on range?
All right. Where's my range thing for?
Ideally 6 spaces away for my my weapons.
Okay, six.
Well, 5.
Ideally 6 for mine.
6 to 20 hexes plus 1 for stealth. 1 hex away is a -1 for stealth. Otherwise, it's just straight up. And the penalties will be opposite for purposes of observation.
Oh, if 6 to 20 is a +1, we might as well just do that.
So we can get within 6 things away?
Yep.
Yeah, where am I at here?
And I will warn you, totally cool to be in the same hex with someone.
I was just gonna say we probably shouldn't though.
However, if you ever fire through a hex that contains an ally, there's automatically a chance of pinning them as they hear the bullets whiz by from behind. And if you miss your target, there's a 1 in 6 chance of scoring a hit on your partner. So being separated is good, but you don't want to be like in your lines of fire if you're in different hexes.
I'm thinking more down here.
Is that someone dying back there? Okay, now I hear something. What's happening? Someone's background, dude.
Someone's misbehaving.
That's my roommate just playing with his kid.
Yes, that's what I figured. All right, so here's what I'm going to have happen. As you guys are sneaking up, who is the worst at stealth amongst you? I suppose I could just let you have access to the character sheets.
And stealth is a recon, right?
Recon, yes, sir. All right, Tam isn't bad. Dr. B is phenomenal. Jacob's not bad. All right, it's a tie between Tam and Jacob. I'm gonna have Jacob roll it just because.
Oh, you know I'm rolling bad, huh? Okay.
Because it's Zeus, he'll roll, yeah. All right, so you're.
Chance to redeem yourself.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got yourself 7 hexes away. So +1 because of range, +1 because of the dim lighting as you were sneaking up. So Zeus, you're gonna roll recon with a +2 bonus. I'm also going to assume that you guys have found cover in the squares you're in. If you look at the cover tab, taking cover is a movement action that in certain tiles you're allowed to take. You pick 3 hex facings that the cover protects you from, and you get armor to everything except for your arms and head, basically. I actually really like their abstracted cover system. Also, too, if there's a barrier in your hex, like these torn down walls, you can specify that you're taking cover behind the barrier.
Mm-hmm.
But all right.
Trying to place my person behind the tree. Assuming that's a tree. Looks like one.
Yeah, you don't say. Yeah, you don't have to put yourself in a specific spot in the hex. You'll just notice that you're in. Whoops, I'm in the wrong thing here. Where's cover? So you'll notice that you're in a forest tab. So you can take cover, and you have 2 points of cover while you're in there. You don't have to specify exactly where the hex you're in. But all right.
I want to push.
I'm a sneaky boy.
Wait, but you succeeded.
Oh, don't lie. Wait. Did I? I didn't.
6 or better is a success.
Oh.
And actually, in this system, you're not allowed to push a successful roll. So yeah, you're good. All right, you guys have managed to sneak into position. You've got a general idea where the guards are. Now here's the thing. You guys, let's see. I should have mentioned too. It matters if you can see and hear each other. I don't really know what the ranges are. You guys will all have line of sight on each other, so you'll be able to see where you guys are. That'll help with morale. It's bad for morale if you can't see any of your teammates. So you need to be at least able to see one. There's a thing about switching initiative cards. That's only if someone can hear you talking to them. I'm going to say in the gunfire you two will be able to hear each other, but probably not up here. But anyways.
Who has the walkie-talkie for mortar?
Yours truly.
Can we say that before we went up here, we discussed as soon as he fires that RPG to start bombarding that fucking carport?
Yeah, of course.
I kind of assumed we would wait for the scream of the mortar, and then that would be the signal to fire.
That's what I was thinking too.
That
a lot of drill attack like a dodgeball.
Totally works. All right, so this is gonna. So the battle will start with Zeus is gonna call in the first mortar shell, and then rocket and shooting and all that will come after it, right?
Yep.
All right.
All right. So first, Zeus, for indirect fire, which hex are you targeting specifically?
Fuck. Okay, this is the car, right?
So you've got the BTR with a couple guys walking around outside of it. You've got a light machine gun, and you've got at least 3 guys up here, but possibly more back on the roof where you can't see.
Okay, I want to fire the mortar right here.
Right where?
That was the plan, right? I'm pinging it? Yeah, right here.
All right. I'm good with that. Let's see here.
It's splash damage, right? So.
Yeah. That's the way.
Yeah.
That's the way it will work. All right, and I forgot to write down or note the damage of the mortar. So let me just check that one more time really quick. Hold on 1 second.
How are we doing on Twitch?
We are on Twitch. We had 2 people watching. Now we have 1. I don't have like a channel or anything. I just some of the people in this Discord like to watch the games. I mean, I don't have like a popular channel or anything. All right. Where the heck is this mortar at? What did I say? 81 millimeter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. This thing is a Blast B. That's quite a powerful weapon.
Yeah, it's gonna have some radius too.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely will. All right, Zeus. So here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna make a recon check to attempt to communicate to them where they need to put this shot. So let me just
D10, D6. All right.
So, hold on 1 second. It's gonna be modified.
Of course.
Because, all right. So you are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Somewhere. It's going to be -2. You have poor lighting on the area you're looking at, and because of your range. So recon -2.
Can I go lower than a 6? Or
If a die goes to a D6 and you get another penalty, that die disappears. So you can end up with the worst you can be is a single D6. Keep in mind the penalty comes off your highest die every time you do a -1. It's not both dice.
Okay, so I'll be taking away from my intelligence. Okay, so that'll be fine.
Failing this roll does not
-2.
mean that the shell won't hit. It just means it will automatically deviate.
All right, let's see. Let's see it, man. Come on. Give it me. Can I push it?
Can you push it, indicating that you are sure? If you can tell me how you're doing this in a risky behavior kind of way, I will let you push this roll.
I'm gonna move forward.
Just keep have yourself totally exposed while you're doing this. Here's the thing. When you push a roll, you cannot re-roll things that came up as 1. So, if you push this, you're only rolling a single D6. It is totally up to you, though, if you still want to do that.
No, I'll fail.
All right. So you do your best, and the shot comes in. It will deviate. Not very much. And in what direction will this guy deviate? 1, 2, 3. All right. The shell lands right here. So pretty close, actually, to where you wanted it to be. All right. So the first mortar shell explodes right here. So here's the way. Here is the way this works. I'm going to have you roll for the explosive damage, and I'll tell you how it works. So everyone in here would get the full strength of the blast. Everyone 1 hex away would get the next strength of the blast. Everyone 3 hexes away. So 1, 2, 3. So basically, these 3 guys are going to be in the minimal... Actually, this guy's 2 away, isn't he? This guy's 2 away. All right. These guys... So I'm confusing myself. All right, B, C, D. B, C. Oh, okay, this guy is out of it. Because it's a B. B, C. Yeah, 3, 1. B. Okay, 2 X. So I don't know why that confused me so much. Okay, so B, C, D. All right, Zeus, I'm going to have you roll 2d6 for the light machine gunner. All right, the light machine gunner is not hit with any of the shrapnel. I'm going to have you roll 2d6 for this guy here. He is not hit with any of the shrapnel. For the other 2 guys on the roof that you could not see, I'm going to have you roll 2d8 for the first guy and 2d8 again for the second guy. All right, so we've got a bad guy here who has been shrapnelled a little bit. All right, and I'm going to roll for the guys on the roof as a group for their morale.
They are shooketh.
All right, those guys are shaken from the blast. Effectively, they are just diving, hitting the deck, going for cover right now. All right, we're going to continue with the ambush before we deal with initiative cards. Who wants to go next? I think we're going to do the RPG.
I'll fire off that RPG.
All right, what is your range to the target? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You do have some intervening terrain in the way. We'll call it... Oh, these large boulders, by the way, are blocking, but you can see through them. So we'll just say that you're shooting through debris. All right, you're going to have a -2 heavy weapon penalty. -1 because there's a little debris. -1 because bad lighting. If you miss, the shot will deviate to an adjacent hex, so you might still blast the guys. But and for heavy weapons, there's no rate of fire. You simply use up a rocket.
Wow. So I'm gonna miss for almost for sure.
All right, the rocket lands 1, 2, 3, 4. The rocket slams into the trees down here. So what's the blast rating of that weapon?
C.
Okay, so you're gonna roll 2d6 2 times for these guys up here. At the very least, they're probably gonna be suppressed. All right. One guy is hurt. I'm going to say since someone got injured in that blast, they're both going to be... they are both suppressed. All right. Next, we have... we have Dr. B. How does Dr. B want to handle this situation?
So basically, everyone just hit the deck immediately because of these explosives, right?
Basically, yeah.
What you want? Hold on a second.
Why does your door feel so heavy?
Because I put shit in front of my because y'all loud as hell.
Oh. You eating?
Eventually, yeah. Still doing this thing, though.
God damn.
Huh?
Say god damn.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
I got you.
We'll put the food up.
Okay.
We had it on low to keep it warm, but I think she's about to put it up.
Alright. Thank you.
Alright.
Remain talking about food. Alright, so, these guys basically just all hit the deck because explosives are everywhere now.
Yeah. I'm going to say, though, in the ambush, I'm not going to make the guys... I'm not going to give you the prone penalty for shooting at them yet.
Alright. Now I guess I'll start taking aim at the guys near the armored truck. Shoot them.
Alright, so here is how it's going to be. You are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces away, so I believe you're at close range, right? For your weapon?
Yeah, my range is 6.
Alright. It is dark.
Sorry,
go ahead.
yeah, range 6, yeah.
It's dark. There's an intervening barrier in the way. -2 penalty to your attack, and then you can roll as many rate of fire dice, d6s, up to the rate of fire of the weapon.
Okay. So there's gonna be a lot of d6s going on here in about a second.
Oh, the first two are your attack roll, I see.
Yeah.
Alright.
First attack, dexterity is the rounds.
Yep. Okay, so you use 14 rounds of ammunition. The attack misses unless you choose to push it. And that's basically that. The 1-6 you rolled on ammo, since your attack missed, would normally cause suppression on a missed roll. These guys are already going to be suppressed, though, so that won't make a difference. It would have been an extra hit, though, had you gotten your target. So, push it and re-roll every single die of the attack, or accept that. It's up to you.
No, I'll accept it, because at the very least, they're going to be looking this way, giving our other guy far away over there some chance.
Absolutely. All right, and now we are going to do... we're going to do some initiative. Initiative is going to work differently from those of you that have played other Free League games. I'm using an optional rule that I really like. Initiative is secret. We don't know who is going first or last. If it's your turn and there's someone who hasn't gone yet, you can switch initiative with them as long as they're capable of hearing you, but they can't tell you what initiative they're giving you. So everyone's going to get a card. It is in secret. I'm going to give myself a couple more cards because I have multiple groups of enemies to deal with. Wait a second. Oh, damn it. All right. Hang on. I'm just going to redo this. All right, that didn't happen. If you got a good card, I'm sorry. All right, all players get one. Then I get two more because I'm handling groups of NPCs. So I guarantee that redraw fucked you just based on the cards that I got. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to count up. If I name your initiative card, let me know, and then you will go, and every round we get new cards. All right, Ace. 2. That would be the bad guys. The guys down by the APC are group 2. They're going to see if they can act this turn. They cannot. Their suppression will end. What they've done is they've both gone prone, which will make them much harder to hit. But they cannot do anything this turn. All right. 3 is the armored personnel carrier. The armored personnel carrier is going to see if, after the ambush, did it spot anybody. It did not. The armored personnel carrier is going to back up 2 hexes. That will be its entire turn. All right. 4. 5 is the other group of NPCs up there. They're going to make a...
Wait, did you just say 5?
Yes. Are you 4?
I'm 4.
Well, damn it, Zeus. All right. Zeus. It is on you. There is a handout for all of the actions that you can take. And I can explain them to you as you choose over them.
Okay. What can I use an item?
What item do you want to use?
My walkie-talkie?
Yeah. Oh, you're good. Yeah, right. And actually, too, because you are... you're doing what's called phoning in corrections now. So, I forget, do you get a bonus, or do they get the bonus? I don't remember. Let me just check here really quick. Hold on. Let me... Deviation, corrections, each shot. Okay. Okay, so the second shot is going to be a correction if you want to keep aiming for that same hex, which you're aiming right here, right?
Oh, yeah.
So same thing, you're going to do a recon -2 because of range and dim lighting.
Okay, let me see this real quick. So I'm guessing I have 1 slow action and one fast action?
Correct. It is a slow action to call in those to call in the indirect fire. If there's something you wanted to do along with it, you could. If you move, though, that'll give you a further penalty in talking on your radio.
Okay. Well, damn. Yeah, I'll call in the same hex. So let's be rolling 2 6s.
All right, they're going to have deviation again, unless you want to push.
Yeah, fuck, I'll push. I had to punch myself, right? So yeah, I'll just move up 1 hex.
Yeah, you don't actually move, though, because moving is a whole separate action. You can just say that you're leaving yourself exposed as you do this. All right, you get to reroll both dice.
Yeah.
All right, Zeus, you're going to take a point of stress damage from the failed push. the shell is going to deviate 3 hexes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3. All right. The next shell impact is right here, which is not such a bad place to have the shell land. All right. So those guys, because they are prone, they actually reduce the blast strength of explosives against them by 1. So Zeus, you're going to roll 2d6 twice to see how these guys are. All right, they don't get hit with fragments. However, being in the blast radius, I'm going to make their morale check. They're not particularly, they're not particularly brave. So they are suppressed. I need a prone indicator for the guys who are prone. You know what? Prone guys are going to get a snail. Oh, that's so small. Prone guys are getting green dots. Green dot equals prone. That is the law of the land now. Prone is a very important thing in this game. All right. Anyways, that's where the second shell hit. That was 4. 5 is some bad guys. All right. First, the guys up there that were suppressed. Are they going to be able to act this turn? They will. All right. I'm going to have them go in 2 groups. These 2 guys here, they're going to fire at Matt, or rather Corporal Tam, who just opened up with that RPG. Range 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. -1 for range. -1 for darkness. +1 for having an elevated position, and +1 because I'm going to combine their shots into 1. So all right, so we got that. Whoops, fuck. Ignore that. That didn't happen. All right, we got that. And then how much ammunition do they want to use? They'll be conservative-ish. All right. Oh, that is that is super unfortunate.
What the hell?
4 hits.
All right, so you've got 4 hits coming in against you because I rolled 3 6s.
This is you making up for all those bad rolls. The 48 d6 that did like 2 damage.
You're right. All right, you have 3 points of cover in the debris. So I'm going to roll some hit locations for getting hit 4 times. First, your arm. You're going to take 2 points of damage. Next, your legs, which are in cover, that won't do any damage. In fact, the only hits, because you're in good cover right now, the only thing that will hurt you are going to be arms or headshots. All right, so that was 2 of the 4 shots. The third shot, another 2 damage against you. And the last shot isn't going to get past your cover. So, long story short, you just got lit.
6 damage?
Yeah, did I hit you 3 times?
You hit me twice.
Twice. 4 damage. It's 2 damage each shot with the AK-74.
Yeah, so 4 out of 6.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I misheard you. Okay, Matt, you have been hit, rather, by direct fire. This means you need to make a courage under fire check. The way that works for Tam is going to look at coolness under fire, which is B. Your unit morale is going to equal the command of the best commander in the group. It's C. So the unit morale, it's wrong on some of these sheets. Let me fix it.
So it's actually important to have someone with good command. Correct.
And if you don't have sight of them for any reason, or you don't have sight on any teammates for any reason, you don't get that. So yeah, you're going to make a coolness under fire, a B and a C, so a D10 and a D8, I guess. All right, you are not
Cool.
You are not suppressed. All right, next, these guys here who are suppressed. This dude here is going to stand up, and he's going to move up into this hex along with this guy, just to get a better look at where he's shooting at. Another guy is going to run out of the building and take cover. In fact, he's going to be a group 2 guy. I should have moved him already. He is going to move into that hex there. He's going to kneel down in the crater to give himself a little protection. And the suppressed guys, they're gonna try and fire. In fact, I'll have them make a recon roll. If they succeed it, they'll realize who the artillery spotter is. Yeah, they're going after Zeus. They see the guy with the radio, who's basically been exposing himself trying to get this. They're gonna try and open up. The RPK is gonna fire. I'm gonna use the other 2 guys just to represent them assisting.
You're telling me they see the fat, round Mexican yelling off coordinates?
Exactly. No. All right. So. Oh shit! I gotta. Did I already roll to? Yeah, I already rolled to see if they could act this turn, didn't I? I did. Okay. Man, their chance of hitting you is remote. All right, so check this out. -1 because of let's see, the range of an RPK is 6. Yeah, -1 for range, -1 for distance, -2 because they can't aim while they were suppressed, even though they rolled to come out of it. So they're a -4 altogether, +2 because there's 3 people total attacking you. So, so let's see how they do here. We got that. The RPK is gonna do like that. All right, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, they've all used some ammo. All right, Zeus, they missed you. However, I rolled a 6 for their ammo dice. So, Zeus, you must make a coolness under fire check. It is going to be your character's coolness under fire plus the group morale.
Coolness under fire. What is that?
So it is in the damage section of your character sheet. So Jacob has a coolness under fire of D, and the group morale
I see it.
Yeah, is C. So it's going to be a D8 and a D6.
Okay.
You got the same thing.
All right, he's fine. Not harmed. All right, that was initiative 5, so we're going to initiative 6 now. 7, 8, 9.
7.
That's me.
7? What? We got a 7.
9.
All right. All right. So.
Can I drop prone and reload my RPG?
You can. Free action to drop prone, and slow action to reload an RPG.
And then slow action to shoot?
Yeah, and it's slow action to shoot. And actually, a heavy weapon has to be aimed or you cannot fire it. So it is a slow and a fast action to fire a heavy weapon. And
so could I aim this turn?
You... Oh, you actually cannot aim across turns.
You know,
that is a rule. And dropping prone would have been.
The idea was I'm trying to hide anyway.
Yeah.
While I reload, so.
Yeah, sure. You can get completely behind an object, and with a fast action and then reload, that is fine. All right, RPG
Reloading.
is reloaded. All right, and now I happen to know Dr. B is going to be next.
Where is the actions? I couldn't find where you said you posted.
There's a
that
handout.
too.
There's a handout called Actions. It doesn't have them all defined, but it tells you slow or fast. All right, Dr. B, what's it going to be?
So, be firing again.
Same two guys? All right. It's going to be a pretty difficult shot. -1 for...
Actually, I was thinking about...
Thinking about moving?
Yeah, it's two guys.
Those guys are suppressed, so... All right, so with a move action, you can move... let me just make sure cover. Does it affect... it affects movement rolls. So you can move 2 hexes for free as a fast action. If you make a movement roll, you can try to go even further. You get an extra hex per success on that.
What is my movement at here? That's mobility?
Yeah, mobility, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to try to get my guy to the next forest area just right over here.
Okay. So, yeah, that would be 2 hexes there. Since you're going to be running a third hex, this will require a mobility check. But actually, let me see if you can. I actually can't remember in this system if you can just take 2 fast actions. I think you can, but can you do it in? Can you do 2 run? Let's see. Here we go. Okay, I think you can just do 2 fast actions. I don't think there's a rule against using the same action twice, which means then that you could move 4 hexes if you wanted to devote your whole turn to doing that. Are you good with doing that?
Actually.
Yeah, or you can make a mobility roll. And actually check this out. So what this means is you can move 2 hexes with 1 action. With the next action, 2 more hexes would put you here. And you essentially can use a point of movement to get in cover. So you'll be in the woods, and you'll be benefiting from their cover as well. All right.
Yeah, that was my whole plan.
All right, next we are going to do some secret initiative again. Let me just figure out where the bad guys are going. Oh, that's not quite as good as they got last time, is it? Oh, also, if you have moved since the enemy's last turn, it is harder to hit you. Fun fact. You will find in this system it's actually pretty hard to hit your targets, but when you do, you tend to hit. It tends to be a significant hit. Anyways. All right. Initiative, starting with Ace. 2, 3.
Right here.
Oh. All right, you were
Round
3? 2? Okay. Izus, you're attempting to use the radio again, right? Aiming for the same hex?
Yeah, actually, I want to change my hex. Will that hamper me?
It won't hamper you. You'll lose any bonuses you might have had for corrections, but it's fine. Which hex do you want to aim for?
I want to aim specifically right here.
Try
on
to
the machine gun guy.
Put it on top of the machine gunner? Absolutely. All right, you're going to make a -2 recon check. All right, it's going to...
I'm going to push it.
Oh, he's going to push it.
I'm going to expose myself again.
I picture you standing on top of the broken wall, pointing as if the mortarman can see you, like screaming, like, "No, it's right there!"
He's right there.
while bullets are flying over you because everyone can see you. Okay, the show will deviate. Ooh, 6 hexes.
Oh man, that's great.
Straight up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to land off the map and on the ground. Everyone's going to be safe from the fragments. I believe that was the 3rd shell that landed, right?
Yeah, they got one more.
All right, they got one more shell in there. All right, that was 2. So 3.
Next time I get the walkie-talkie.
All right, 3 is actually these bad guys up on the roof. I'm gonna have them. I'm gonna have them act in. Have them act in 2 groups. 2 guys. Two guys will overwatch, waiting for the RPG guy to expose himself. The other 3 guys are going to attempt to fire again at the mortar guy. Let's see. -2 for range and sight. Plus, you know what? I should actually. I didn't do this last time. I'm going to give him a penalty because there are trees right here. So -2 for range, -1 for that, +2 because there's multiple guys firing. So it's gonna look like this.
So in hindsight, starting closer probably would have been smarter.
I mean, yeah, I guess for the ambush. It's working for you now, though, that the ambush didn't work because they're having trouble hitting you. All right. He's gonna fire limited ammunition out of this.
Do you always roll at least a d6, or can you go down to 0?
You always roll a d6. You'll never...
So I got so many penalties with this RPG that's probably what I would be at.
Yeah, it'll never be impossible unless there's a good reason for it to be possible. All right, Zeus, you have been hit twice. First, your arm is going to take 2 damage. Then your head is going to take 2 damage.
Okay.
Ouch.
So you said 2 damage?
2 damage from each hit. Yep.
Does armor do anything? Oh yeah, never mind. It does.
You
We just don't have armor.
It does as soon as you get hit somewhere where it matters. Your guy's armor is behind cover. That's why Corporal Tammet didn't enter into it. If you get hit in the head though, and you have a helmet, your police officer doesn't have a helmet or armor though. All right, Zeus, you're gonna make a courage under fire check again as well.
That is 10 and a 6. For some sure. A D. Okay. It was an 8, right? It was a 6 because of a D, and what else? Is it intelligent?
No, it's unit morale. So you get a D, which is a D6, and your unit morale is a C, which is a D8.
Okay.
So a D8 and a D6. I just realized that I had sound effects for this game, and I forgot I had them. I'm going to turn them on now. All right. Okay, Zeus, you're fine apparently with getting shot several times. It's all right. Had we had
White noise to me.
if we had been using the buddy system, you take stress when you see a buddy get hit. By the way, if the sound effects of combat in the background are too loud for you,
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
I didn't know if I was hearing things.
you can turn that down by going to the music section on your end if you don't like it. But anyways,
That's just a normal Thursday sound to me.
all right. So go back to initiative. We got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Me.
7 or 8?
7.
So, okay, I was like, God, we gotta be getting someone soon.
I definitely communicated with you, Steve, before making this character. About what the group needed.
It's fine for this little...
I would have made a commander. A commander medic.
Alright.
Yeah, because only... Alright. So, I'm definitely going to be firing at my same 2 guys this time.
Alright, so from here to here. I'm not going to count that forest. It's right borderline from center hex to center hex, but I won't count it. So, alright, so this time, you're looking at a total of a -3 penalty because -1 for darkness, -2 for firing at a prone target. So that's that. But no intervening terrain this time.
How far do we need to get a bonus to our range and everything?
To get a +1 for attacking. If you're in the same hex as them, you would get a bonus.
Oh, wow.
If I'm in the same hex, I got a brawler and everything. I'm gonna be attacking some people tonight. Alright, so I said -3 there.
Keep in mind, even if you miss, if you roll any 6s on your rate of fire dice, you're likely to keep them suppressed.
That's what your plan is. At least I'm, like, helping.
Mm-hmm.
Which, honestly, at this point, it's just going to be... Because that -3 took away the whole thing for me.
Has the APC fired at all? I didn't notice.
The APC has not fired yet. Last turn it couldn't spot any targets, so it backed off.
Alright, so we're going to be doing... So the first one was a 2. And then I got 2 6s, so...
Alright, so these guys...
For my rounds.
Alright, so they're not hit by any shots. However, they do remain suppressed. I feel... I could be wrong. I think... Let's see, this is Dr. B, right?
Yep.
Never mind, that was right. For some reason I thought that your penalty was wrong, but you did it perfectly. Alright. Alright, these guys still suppressed. That was on 7, we're on 8.
Oh, 16.
8.
So that was 16 rounds
I
gone.
totally must have zoned out when you said 5.
Okay, I was like, I know for a fact someone needs to go now.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
So if I crawl and to the adjacent hex, will that expose me to the Overwatch?
So I'll say that they'll be able to see you because they're in an elevated position, but I'll give them the penalties for you being prone and in. Well, you won't get cover, but they'll get a -2 because you're prone. You can crawl as a slow action up to 2 hexes.
So if I go, could I crawl and then get cover and then get the bonus, or is it as soon as I crawl?
No, you know what? Well, as soon as you start crawling, because they're overwatching, they're going to fire at you at a point when you're vulnerable. So yeah, you won't have cover, but you're prone, which is -2.
That's it.
All right. So is that your plan? Crawl up to this.
You know what?
hex?
So,
You could crawl up to 2
aim and
hexes.
shoot at the APC while prone?
Can you hit the APC while in a prone position? Let's see. What do you got between you? I'm gonna say
There's a boulder in the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that because of this boulder, you basically can't fire at the APC from that hex. You'll need to move to a better position. Also, too, there's like walls and rubble, so you'll have to be standing or kneeling ultimately before you can fire at it. Like I said, if you wish to crawl, you can go up to 2 hexes.
Alright, I will crawl.
Alright, go ahead and move yourself to wherever your ultimate destination is.
that be enough to? Looks like I got a line there.
Yeah, I'd say you'd have a shot at him. Again, not prone because of all the debris and rubble, but if you get yourself up, then you will be able to fire.
I'll go to cover this turn.
Okay, so do you only want to move 1 hex then?
Oh, it's my whole turn to move 2 hexes?
Yeah, if you crawl, it's a slow action to move 2 hexes.
He's going to cover a slow action?
It's a point of movement. So you could, if you moved 1 space and went to cover, that would be fine. But yeah, crawling.
Wait, what's the action economy in this game?
It's a fast action and a slow action, or I'm sorry, or two fast actions. So you could get to this hex and stand up with a fast action would be the best.
I can't slow action crawl, fast action get cover.
You can't because it's you can't crawl as a fast action, so you don't get any movement for a fast action from crawling.
I'm totally lost. It says slow action, crawl, fast action, seek cover. What am I missing?
You know what? Maybe I could totally be misinterpreting this. Let me I'll just look it up real quick.
If I get a slow and a fast action, the prerequisite for crawling is that I'm prone. Apparently, it uses a skill. I don't know. I have to make a mobility check.
Only if you move. Only if you attempt to move further than 2 hexes.
Oh my god, I can do that.
All right.
I don't need to do that.
Let's see. There isn't really a specific thing for seeking cover here. I swear it said that it was a point of...
I mean, it just says fast action, seek cover. It's in the table that you provided.
Okay, yeah, here we go. You can, in a hex of terrain, you can spend a fast action to seek solid cover. Okay, you know what? I'm fine with that then. Yeah, spend a fast action, you can get to cover. I think I misinterpreted that before.
Alright, then they shoot me.
Alright. They're going to take some shots at you as you are crawling. They're going to get a -3 darkness, prone, +1 because it's 2 guys shooting. So they're just going to use 1 die of ammo, 3 bullets each. Long story short, you have been missed by the opportunity fire. All right, let's see. That would have been, so we're on initiative 8, 9. I think the 3 of you have already went. So 9 is the armored personnel carrier. The armored personnel carrier is going to put some shots into the light machine gun guy down there. He is firing through he's got some intervening terrain.
And I'm covered.
Alright, this is going to be his attack at you. What is the rate of fire on this gun is my question. He's going to go crazy, go nuts with it. All right, you have been hit. In your legs, which are covered, woods give you Where's my cover tab? There it is. All right, force gives you 2 points of cover. That will reduce the damage of this weapon to 2. You're going to take 2 points of damage from the heavy machine gun and make a coolness under fire check.
Coolness under fire check. That should be a D6 and a D8, because, yep.
Oh, are you in Morales C?
It is. All right. You are going to be suppressed. That means on your turn, you're going to drop prone. And we'll talk about what else that means on your turn. You'll have a chance to essentially snap out of it. All right. And then 10 is guys number 2 here. They are not going to be able to act because of their suppression. Go ahead and undo all that. All right. Going back to our initiative cards. Next round of combat.
Hey Zeus, you should trade with me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Can you hear me, Nate?
Let's see. You guys are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hexes away. I forget what you know. I'll say you can hear him yelling. Sure. I forget what the distance is during gunfire and all that, or if the book even specifies it. But 6 hexes sounds fine. All right, Zeus. If you wanna switch with him, you may do so. You just can't tell him. You just can't tell him what your card is. So, do you want to do
that? Yeah.
All right. I can't for some reason bring up your cards to switch them. So just when I say your card, just the person who had the original card, just let me know that the next person is going.
It'll be a surprise.
Yep, that's true. They won't even know when they're going. All right, Ace.
Matt, go.
Nice.
Oh. Okay, that was rather pointless, as you're about to see.
And actually, sorry, and we did that a little bit wrong. You're thinking of Forbidden Lands, where at the beginning everyone decides. It's actually not until your initiative that you get to decide to switch with someone. So we would have gone to Zeus, and you would have known that he was going before you anyway. So you wouldn't. You actually wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah,
well,
I wouldn't have even.
I take this back though. Zeus could have initiated it. Zeus could have said, "Matt, switch with me," and that would have been.
I wanted Zeus to go early. So
you're fine with this?
Not, yeah, I mean, no, I'm not going to switch. He's going to go first.
Right. Yeah. Okay. We'll keep it as it is. All right, Zeus, you gonna spot for that last show?
I thought you wanted to switch with me because you know how lucky I am when it comes to initiatives.
No, I was trying to make sure you could go early, but now we know how it works. We'll keep that in mind going forward.
All right, Zeus, you're gonna try and spot for that last show.
I will.
Same thing. -2 recon. You're kind of due to roll a 6.
Dude, it's bound, right?
Are we doing another?
I'm fucking pushing it.
Are we working for more stress here? All right. Boom. All right.
Go.
So check this out. This means that I have to make an attack roll for the firers. This is the second time you fired at this particular hex, so we're going to give them a +1 bonus for correction. Here we go. Boom. The shell landed exactly into the hex where it was intended to land. All right. So that means...
Feliz Navidad. That's the Christmas music, man.
All right, Zeus, we're going to have you roll this. You're going to roll 2d8 for this hex here.
Oh.
Alright, I'm going to say he's automatically suppressed for being in there. That was because he was prone that it was reduced slightly. And then I'm going to have you roll 2d8 for this guy who's down here, who I forgot existed last turn. So that is damage from him. That's going to make him suppressed. And prone also indicate that he's been hurt. Alright, for these guys here, let's see, it would have gone from B to C to D. 2d6 twice for these guys up here.
For some mortars, these are pretty weak-ass mortars.
They are both. You've also had some unfortunate scatter where they never landed where you wanted. Alright, they are both suppressed. This is really what a mortar does, though, in combat, is suppress people, and then every now and then get close enough to murder someone.
Yeah, but you think landing a mortar right on top of somebody, you think that would be like automatic, like kill.
That's true, but you got to keep in mind it's landing anywhere within 10 meters of him, and he's prone, so it's possible he avoids the shrapnel if it is 10 meters away. But anyways, all right, that was one. All right, 2, 3. 3 is going to be some bad guys. We're gonna roll to 6 for their morale. They are going to be able to...
Damn it, I ran to the bathroom. I thought I had more time.
Oh, are you 2?
I am 2.
Okay, go ahead then.
Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
Enjoy.
So my turn basically has to consist of, like, kneeling and then doing nothing because I can't aim and shoot.
Correct. With a heavy weapon, you don't have the option to both aim and shoot. So what you could do, since you know that you have to spend a fast action to stand up anyways, you could move, but then you wouldn't be in cover anymore.
You know what? Could I trade with Dr. B?
If Dr. B agrees, you will trade with Dr. B.
For initiative? Yeah, I'll trade.
All right, Dr. B, it's your turn. Dr. B, you're going to make another coolness under fire check. First of all, you'll take a point of stress for the last round. This one will see how much you get to do on your turn.
Does that work?
That works. All right. So you will lose your fast action for the suppression of last turn, and you will have a slow action available to you only.
So fast action only?
Yep. Or excuse me,
Right.
slow action only, not fast action. Sorry. Weren't these guys suppressed last time, or were they not? I feel like they were, so I'm gonna indicate as such. Alright, so with your slow action, you could attack. It's a pretty brutal penalty to attack without using a fast action to aim. You could stand up in preparation of moving closer. You could reload an extra belt of ammo. If you wanted to replenish, it's all up to you.
What kind of action is it to throw a grenade?
To throw the grenade, it is a fast action to draw said grenade and a slow action to throw said grenade. You could use your slow action to get your grenade in hand right now if you wanted.
And then it's a slow action to crawl, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll go ahead and get my grenade in my hand.
Alright, you've got a grenade on your hand. Next turn, if you want to throw it with any range, you'll have to stand up first, but you can do that. Stand and throw the grenade on your next turn. That won't be a problem. Alright. Those 2. And keep in mind, Matt's going to go on whatever your other initiative would have been. All right. 3 is going to be bad guys number 3. That's who I tried to go last time. I already rolled, so these guys will be able to act. They're going to continue firing at Zeus there. Jacob, they don't know. Or rather, they don't know that the mortar is empty. So, all right, God, what's the penalty going to be? That covers that. -2. Okay, it's going to be this. All right. Nothing happened. They went really conservative with their ammo expenditure there. Zeus is fine. The other 2 guys, they're going to attempt to fire at Matt there, who is in the debris. 1, 2, 5. I don't think they have range penalties anymore.
I moved.
But you moved. You're right. You did move since the last time they attacked. Okay, so -1 for darkness, -2 because you moved. Are you still prone?
Mm-hmm.
-2, +1 for a guy. Yeah, they're gonna... Are you suppressed by any chance? Because I have that blue dot on you.
Definitely not. I made my check.
Okay, I'll put green. Green is be suppression. All right, they're gonna fire at you. They're gonna end up with a D6. Oh, so I have to do this manually. All right, they're gonna use 2 ammo dice, so that's for their attack. This is their ammunition expenditure.
So what part of me is exposed?
I mean, this is all like, you got to think of it as.
Well, I mean, not like that. I mean, like.
Oh, because they're shooting at you. And you know what? I don't know. I guess I'd have to think about that when they hit you, but they missed, so we won't worry about it. All right. That was 3. All right, 4, 5, 6.
That's Matt. Matt's 5.
All right, Matt.
All right. Guess I'm gonna kneel up and aim, or kneel up and do nothing. I mean,
that's basically it. Yeah, get ready to fire at the APC there. All right. Yeah, I'll say from this X you can get a good shot at him. All right. In that case, 7 will be guys number 2. All of those guys are suppressed. None of them are going to be able to do anything because of their suppression. They're going to unsuppress themselves. But that is it between the... oops, what have I done? Between the mortar shell and all the machine gun fire. All right, and then 9 is the armored personnel carrier. I'm going to make a roll for its spotter to see if it notices the RPG. It does, with 1d6.
Of course.
All right. He's going to fire at the guy who is possibly shooting at him. All right. -1 for firing into a debris field. Where are we here? Give him a -2. Because there's a bit of a barrier there as well. -3 because of darkness. I keep forgetting about that. All right, so he's gonna use 3 ammo dice. He's fired before, right? Yeah. I forget how much ammo he used, but I'll subtract it now. All right, he was on 9. I don't think anyone's on 10, right? All right. This next initiative draw will be interesting.
Because we're all about to die.
All right, let me just. All right, here we go. Are my battle sounds still playing? Oh, we're gonna loop that. I'm gonna loop that shit. All right, that's what I'm talking about. All right, ace. 2, 3, 4.
Uh-oh.
5, 6. Oh shit! I fucked myself up. I'm on 4. Sorry.
You gotta skip, right?
There's 6 cards drawn. We have to have one at 5.
Sorry, I don't know. The APC is gonna go. It's gonna fire. It's gonna fire at Madigan the exact same thing as before. There's its shot with its 3 ammo dice.
Hell yeah.
If the driver were smart, he would just do suppression fire to stop you from shooting the rocket. But he's trying to kill you. All right. Anyway, that was 4, 5, 6.
Oh, I'm on 6.
All right.
Okay, give me a second. I have to figure this out.
So clear, everyone's about to die, right?
Yeah.
We've all been shot.
Oh, it's so blurry. I'm just gonna fire my pistol, man. I'm gonna fire somebody.
All right. What is the range on your pistol? I think it's reasonable to say you could have even had it in your hand while you were on the radio, so you wouldn't even have to draw it. What's the range of your pistol? 2, I think, right?
Yeah, it's 2. Yeah.
2, 4, 5, 6. So that would be -1, -2.
Okay. I take that back. I'm not gonna fire.
If you're gonna use your pistol, I would recommend closing the distance.
I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run up. I'm gonna use whatever action I need to use to get near this tree.
Okay. You can use a regular slow action to run there, and then a fast action to say you're getting into cover amongst the trees if you want to do that.
I will do that, yes.
Okay. That was 6. So we're on 7.
That's me.
Oh boy. Alright, RPG time.
Alright, we're gonna aim in mid.
It's gonna be a -2. There is a bunch of rubble, and it's dark.
A D6, you say? Boom!
Boom! The RPG, through dim lighting, through the rubble of a bunch of wrecked buildings, will hit the vehicle. I'm gonna do the vehicle last. First, I want you to roll 2d6 to see what happens to this guy. He is going to be auto-suppressed from the explosion. All right, the vehicle. We got to figure out what happens to this APC.
Secondary explosion. Boom.
Damage 7, AP 1.
Yeah. Oh, it could explode, which would be bad for the people around it. All right. So what facing are you at? How does this work with? I forgot that facing matters. This is that's its front. That's its front if you go through there. So you hit its front armor.
For sure.
Which I think it doesn't matter on the APC. I think his armor is the same on every side.
4 all around, right?
Yeah. So it doesn't even matter. Okay, so your rocket has an armor modifier, right?
1.
Okay, so his armor is down to 3, and how much damage did you do?
7.
My God. All right, I want you to roll a d10 to see the effect of the penetrating hit.
Oh man, goddamn.
That's arguably the worst result. In fact, it is the worst result, but I don't think it'll matter with the amount of damage that you did. All right, so...
worst results. So high.
You'd think a 10 would be like it explodes.
Yeah.
It actually kind of goes the opposite. All right.
It implodes.
Let's see here. Hold on 1 second. Okay, all right. 1 point of damage has destroyed the radio. So the thing, what was the damage? 7 total? So that means
7 minus 3 is 4.
Right, because of the armor. Minus 3 is 4. Okay. 4 damage. 1 point is used up destroying the radio. Go ahead and roll another d10. That means the rest of the damage is carrying through to another system. Alright, just re-roll it. You can't roll a system that no longer exists. 5. The internal cargo hold is struck. That's another point of damage absorbed. Go and roll a d10 again. You're rolling all the knots. Oh, that's a rough one for the guy for the guy in the driver's seat. What's the critical rating of this weapon?
8.
8. Okay. So the driver has taken 2 damage. Its radio is inoperable. The cargo hold has been royally fucked up. And last but not least, everybody in the vehicle on a penetrating hit is going to get hit by the close range blast radius. So I want you to roll 2d8 for the driver. Okay, how much damage does that mean? I don't remember.
7.
Oh, this is the blast radius thing now. So what's the blast rating of the weapon? Is it B or C?
C.
Okay, now roll 2d6 for the gunner. I mean 2d8, sorry. 2d8 for the gunner, my bad.
Will be 2d8 for... Well, I guess if there's anyone else.
So the first 2d8 was to see how bad the commander got it. This one will be the gunner.
Boom.
He's also hurt. All right. So through a sheer miracle, the BTR survives the hit. However, the crew inside are messed up and will they made their morale check not to bail. They won't be doing anything next turn though. I will say it was very hard not to destroy this vehicle. And you managed to do it. All right, hold on a second here. Let me just double check that I did that correctly with the penetrating hit and all that.
Is it just for every point of damage you beat the armor by? It's a D10 that consumes a certain amount of that damage?
Yeah, basically. Alright, so... Alright, so its front armor will degrade. It'll be down to 3. And... Alright, if... Use the penetration column. Oh, we did this wrong. We did this totally wrong. Alright. Alright. I fucked up. Here's what really happened. It exploded. So you don't re-roll on the D10. You move up on the table. So what happened was A point of damage hit the radio. 3 points of damage hit the fuel tank. And then 2 points of damage hit the engine. Actually, it might not explode. It might just... there was a...
Hit the fuel tank, though.
Oh yeah. It exploded. Yeah, absolutely. It exploded. This guy's already hurt. I'm just gonna say he's dead. I'm gonna roll for these guys really quick, who are
prone
next to it. This guy is gonna be injured in the blast. All right, that was exciting. What initiative was that Matt fired on? 7, I think.
7.
All right. 8 will be these heavily suppressed guys up on the building. All right, 3 of them are going to be able to take slow actions. They are going to. They are each going to reload their weapons as a slow action. These 2 guys that are here. They're going to attempt to put some fire on the guy with the RPG. So, dark, rubble. One guy is helping. All right, because they ran out of ammunition, meaning that 6 has to be taken away. However, Matt, you have you've been hit in the head. Believe it or not, that's only 1 point of damage, and your helmet is destroyed. It's fixable. Wow. It's fixable, actually.
I mean, that makes sense.
Because if the bullet's going to go through it, you've got a big hole in your helmet. But only 1 point of damage. So your helmet did its job. These guys are out of ammo. So that was 8. 9. I don't think anyone is going. 10 are going to be these 9. Guys. Oh, 9 side.
Okay. Yeah, got 9 over here. So I need to get up and throw my grenade.
All right. It's going to be a. I won't worry about the darkness for this because throwing a grenade doesn't seem like that's a big a thing. It'll be a -1 because it's at long range for a grenade, which can go up to 6 hexes. So you are going to use. You will use your ranged weapons skill as normal when throwing hand grenades. I'm pretty sure that's or do you use heavy weapons? Fuck it. We'll use ranged weapons for now because I don't want to look it up.
So it's just -1?
Yep. All right. It's going to deviate unless you choose to push. It's going to kind of go into here.
Let's talk about pushing combat rules for a second. I can't even think of anything other than like, I take a little longer to aim, or I expose myself extra. Like, what else could there be?
I mean, you can get pretty flamboyant with it, if you want. I mean, just use.
Yeah, the most thing I do is I'm standing up and everything, but I'm still in this forested area.
Yeah, I mean, he could say that he jumped up on a tree branch for a minute for a better vantage point or something like that. I mean, you just make shit up. But anyways, okay. You're gonna roll 2d6 for each of them because they're in the outer blast radius.
2d6 for each. Got it.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. There's 2. There's 2.
All right. First guy wounded by shrapnel. Second guy is not. They are both going to be suppressed again, which might prevent them from doing anything in return. You guys have really done a good job at suppression. All right, it is their turn now. And they don't have good morale. I take that back. They're feeling feisty. All right. They're going to bring all of their revenge against the guy that just threw a grenade at them. I don't believe... Have they fired yet this fight? I don't think these two guys have ever had a chance to actually shoot.
I've been suppressing the fuck out of some people.
You have. All right. You are in trees. That's a -1. -1 because of darkness. I'm going to combine their attack. So one guy is helping. So they're going to be at -1 total. They're going to use 3 ammo dice.
Is there any kind of a throw it back mechanism with grenades?
There's a way to jump prone when they come, or even jump on the grenade should you wish to try that.
But you can't throw it
Is
back.
it a -2 foliage?
There's not a mechanic for throwing it back. -1 for firing at the forest if you look at range. Oh no, oh my bad. You are in the thick stuff, aren't you? You know what? I'll just reroll that. I will reroll that. All right. In that case, they just wasted a bunch of ammunition. All right. However, you do need to roll coolness under fire. They did get a 6 on one of their ammo dice. There is a chance of suppression. All right. This roll cannot be pushed, so you're gonna take 1 point of stress, and you are suppressed, unfortunately. All right. Next round of
stressed and suppressed.
Yep. All right, next round of combat. Let me just deal everyone a card here really quick. The nice thing about having only 3 players is this moves a little faster. All right. Who has the ace? Nobody, apparently. 2 is going to be these guys up here. On the roof. 2 of them are going to use their action to reload weapons. These guys are gonna aim down. They're gonna continue to fire at Matt here in the rubble, combining it into one big attack. I'm gonna use 2 dice. All right, Matt, you've been hit in the torso. That will be behind cover. Let's see, debris cover. Oh my god, debris cover is worth 3. You're fine.
Phew.
Hell, you could almost take like an autocannon round if it hit the rubble.
Autocannon.
There are technically rules for if your cover gets penetrated that you have to seek new cover, but I'm not worrying about that right now. All right, anyways, that was 2. How about 3? 4.
That's me.
All right. I'll go ahead and make your coolness under fire to see if suppression is still affecting you.
Grenades explode quicker than I realized.
What was that?
Grenades explode quicker than I realized.
Oh yeah, in real life, the idea of throwing a grenade back would be. I mean, there's stories of it happening, but it's an unlikely maneuver.
You gotta get a little lucky.
Yeah. All right.
It gets 6.
2 to 6 second fuse time.
All right. Cats will automatically drop prone, and that'll be his action, but he's no longer considered suppressed. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 are these guys. All right, these guys are through messing around. This guy's going to move up 2 spaces as a fast action, and move behind that barrier for cover as a slow action. This guy, or as a, you know what I mean. Anyways, this guy is going to attempt to go 1, 2, 3. He's got to make a mobility check to move that extra space. Oh well, fuck him. He can only go here. He will use his fast action to take cover amongst the rubble that is in that hex. That was them. All right, 8.
Right here. I want to look at the actions real quick. Damn. I was hoping there was like a hide action, but
there's not really a hide action.
okay. I'm gonna move up 1, and I'm gonna pull out my baton. And
Your police baton.
yeah.
All right.
And I'm gonna get in cover. Oh no, is pulling out a weapon an action?
It is a fast action to, or might be a slow action to draw a weapon, actually.
If anything, I'm just gonna stay covered behind the tree, and I'm gonna pull out a baton.
Get your baton.
Relevant doesn't say anything. Fast action though.
Okay. It's not like D&D where you can combine drawing a weapon with running either.
Yeah.
All right, you got your police baton ready to unleash hell on the enemies in the next. I really hope that this works. All right, 9, 10.
That's me.
I know it must be.
Alright, I'll drop the RPG, pull out my assault rifle, and shoot at this guy.
All right. It will be. I'm going to say because of his elevation, I'll negate the intervening terrain that you're firing through. You will get a -2 though for the snap firing because you didn't aim first, and a -1 for darkness, so -3 total.
Whole lot of suppressive fire.
So do you apply bonuses or penalties first?
I think you take the total of everything to find out what your total bonus or penalty is. That's the way I interpreted it.
Okay, so I have a -2, +1.
Oh, because you have the rifleman talent. So yeah, you would have had a -3 total, darkness,
D8
and
plus D10
cover, and then +1 for that. Yeah, so you're at a total of -2 with the rifleman. You did not.
I didn't.
Yeah, just go ahead and do it now. Normally you would decide beforehand, but go ahead and figure out how many bullets you want to fire. And who are you shooting at? That injured guy there? All right. So he is behind a little cover, the lip of the car park there, so roll your hit location.
Oh.
All right, he has got 2 points. 2 points of cover. Oh, you know what I haven't been doing? Even if you get hit in cover, there's a chance of suppression. I haven't been doing that with you guys, but whatever. He's fine. He is unsuppressed. All right, that is I believe that is every initiative card gone. All right, next round of. In hindsight, I might have designed this fight a little too big, but I used the player's guide or the GM's guide as a suggestion for an encounter like this. All right, here we go. Ace. 2, 3, 4.
That's me.
All right.
So I'll aim and shoot that guy again.
Okay. This time it is only a -1 penalty from the darkness, and then of course, rifleman.
So it's no penalty?
Correct.
Does nothing.
Yep. You're gonna go buck wild with your ammo usage?
Yeah.
So your last shot only used 3 rounds. So. Oh. So
only 2 hits.
If you so here's the thing. That is actually no hits because if your primary dice don't roll hits, that's just 2 dice worth of suppression and a mishap.
Oh no! Either I'm breaking up or you're breaking up.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me, Matt?
Is it me or him?
I can hear both of you fine.
I could hear everybody.
Sounds like it's me.
All right. Can you hear me now?
I hear a robot.
We'll just give it a split second to kick in. All right. How about now?
Still pretty rough, but I understood you.
All right. Here's what you're gonna do. Your weapon is gonna go from reliability A to reliability B.
Why?
Because you rolled a mishap. You rolled 2 1s on your attack.
Oh, it happens on the ammo?
On any one. So the more ammo, the more likely of a mishap. But it might not be anything. All right, so you're going to go down to reliability B. You're now going to roll 2d10. If you don't roll a success, the weapon malfunctions. All right, you're fine. Nothing wrong. No bullets hit because your primary success dice didn't succeed. However, you do suppress both of the enemies.
Can I push it then?
You can't push a mishap. Otherwise, yes, you could have.
Wow, so even if the ammo hits, that's kind of...
However, this is important. If you push an attack roll, you re-roll all dice, including the 6s on ammo. The only thing you don't re-roll are 1s. But it would have still been worth a push, though. If you had
bye-bye.
Oh, my card was number 1, by the way. I had the ace.
Oh, you had the ace?
Not sure if you already went.
Yeah, we're on initiative 4 here, so we'll just go with Zeus now.
Okay, hold up. My roll 20 is like really like messing up for me right now.
Yeah, maybe we have some sort of a connectivity issue.
It's like acting up. I don't know why. This is so dumb.
What did you want to do on your turn?
I was gonna run up and bash somebody with the baton. That was
All right. If you make a mobility check, let's see. If you make a -3 mobility, you can attack this round. Otherwise, you can use both of your actions to just run up to the bad guy.
Oh man, really? Man.
It's for running out of a thick forest. It's hard to move more than 2 hexes if that is the case.
Can I like move up 1 and then like hold my action?
You can overwatch, I guess, with a melee weapon in case someone runs up to you. You can't like hold your action. You can overwatch with a weapon, but you could move up here if you look. You could move up and get. Oh, you can't see. You can move up and get behind the wall for cover in case they shoot at you.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that. Damn.
Done. All right, that was Ace went 4, so 5 is gonna be the bad guys. Number 2 right here. All right. Yeah, shit. There's a maniac running at them with a billy club. They're gonna shoot at him. All right. Zeus moved, so -3, but I'm gonna have 2 guys shooting, so it's -2. They're gonna use 2 dice. Whoops, I screwed that up, but it worked. Okay, they use 2 dice of ammo. All right, Zeus, as you are running up behind cover, you are hit. You're not hit. That's not gonna. You ran to cover. You're fine. Zeus, make a coolness under fire check. To
Oh, all right. That's 6 and an 8.
D6 and a D8 for you. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Zeus is suppressed. And you take 1 point of stress. And it's not a pushable roll. Alright, anyways, that was 5. 6.
6 me. Alright. What do you know?
Do you have another grenade?
Actually, I do.
Since you're prone, you can draw it and throw it up to 3 hexes if you wish to try doing that.
I can do it all this turn?
Yep, draw the grenade as a fast action, throw the grenade as a slow action, because you're not suppressed anymore.
Oh yeah, doing that then. So that brings it down to 1 grenade left after that. And then...
Alright, you're going to make a just straight up ranged combat check. Which hex specifically do you want to aim for? This one? Or this one up here?
One up top.
Alright, go ahead and make a ranged combat check. Oh, that is a precise hit. So you're gonna hit exactly where you wanted. This doesn't actually affect the blast radius like it would on a direct fire weapon where it affects damage, but still. All right, you're gonna roll 2d8 against the first guy. Alas, he is only suppressed. You're going to roll 2d6 against the next guy. All right, you've got them both. You've got them both suppressed again, probably much to Zeus's relief.
I got you, Billy Club.
All right, we got 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10 are the guys up on the roof. 2 of them are possibly not going to be doing anything. They are not because of being shot at. Alright, how are the guys doing on ammunition?
Me or them?
I was asking myself that question, looking at the bad guys. Alright, we're going to do a little combined thing. The RPK is going to fire at Matt with 2 guys assisting him to cancel out penalties. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8 minus 8 ammo. All right. Tam has been shot in the torso. You do need to make a coolness under fire, though, but you won't take any damage.
He's not here right now.
Oh, I've been taking a piss break. I'm gonna roll for you, man.
There he is.
Unless you get back.
I'm just lagging real bad. Like my the internet in my apartment apparently slowed to a trickle.
Okay.
I don't know if you can.
All right, you were fine. Let's see. That was the end of that. So let me ask you guys something. We are way over the intended game time of this session. Do you want to call it here as a successful test run, or do you guys want to finish out the fight? I'm totally good with either thing. I don't want to drag it to another week, though.
I'm still good. It's up to them.
I just want to batter someone to death, me.
Okay.
How about you guys continue without me? I'm gonna go to bed.
I know Matt has to.
Look, just let me get a turn where I just batter somebody.
No, you guys can just play my character. I mean, go for it.
I'm pretty tired too, honestly.
All right, how about this? How about we do one more round of combat with everybody, and then we'll call it a successful test session. And then, if we had fun, maybe we can run it again sometime in the future. But first, yes, let's do that. You okay with that, Matt? One more round?
Sure.
All right. 1.
Last round to bash some heads.
2 is these guys who got grenaded last turn. They're gonna. They are paralyzed with fear from all the explosions that keep happening around them. 3.
I got you, Jacob.
4.
I'm 3.
Oh, all right. Try to hit the same guy up here again.
Yep. Aim and shoot.
All right. So as we determined, just a straight up roll. All right. Ooh, it is
successes.
It is 2 successes. I believe that will do +1 damage, which I think is enough damage for the critical rating on your weapon, right?
Yep.
All right. That means that's an insta-kill of an NPC. I'm gonna roll for his squad. They are okay, having seen him die. All right. That was 3. 4.
But they failed.
Oh, yeah. Why did I say that was a success? That is going to suppress the guys up on the roof. All right. Good catch. I must be getting tired too. All right. 5, 6.
Oh, 5. I'm not even.
All right, Zeus.
All right.
You are indeed able to charge up and baton somebody.
All right. There we go.
All right. You'll have to move into the same hex as him.
Strength is D10. And I get... Oh, it's in my thing. God damn it. Okay.
All right. Let me find out penalties and bonuses here for close combat.
He said same
They got
hex.
+1 armor.
They're not wearing any armor, so it won't come into it. All right.
You're fighting guys with no armor and losing.
Yeah, he's...
Interesting. Had they, you guys can actually attempt to oppose, block incoming close combat attacks. Interesting.
I'll do that.
I don't see any bonuses or penalties here, but it kind of makes sense. Oh, here we are. This is what it was. All right, you're standing and you're hitting a prone target. You're gonna get a +2 bonus to your attack there, Zeus.
Okay. So... And my close combat is a D8, so that'd be a D12. I'm rolling 2 D12s.
All right.
Yeah.
He's like, baton!
2 1s.
Nah, don't say that. Don't say that. Woo!
That's
Give me it.
3 successes, which means you inflict 4 damage. Now, he had been shot and grenaded enough that this was going to kill him anyways, but this is a critical hit with the baton, meaning you would have smashed him even if he was healthy. All right. This suddenly turned into Warhammer with the with the charge attack. Anyways.
It's all hard.
Just I hope you're ready to fucking dodge.
I finally did something, bro. Fuck.
All right. Let's go ahead and end it here, just because we're way over on the session. It's just this was meant to just be a test session.
My turn was about to come up.
Oh, you know what? I meant to only make the bad guys not go. I forgot that Dr. B hadn't gone. Let's do Dr. B first, because the group 3 bad guys are going on initiative 10. So.
Yeah, I'm in initiative 7, so we're good. I'm definitely firing that guy. I'm sorry, Jacob, you're in the way, but I'm firing the guy behind you.
Don't just end me.
All right, so it's going to be just he's
prone.
You know what? He has to choose a direction for his cover, and I would have probably chosen this just because of where the cover is. Whatever. We'll say he's not. When we say he's not in cover, he is prone. It's going to be a -3 penalty total. Prone plus darkness. The darkness in this is brutal. Like fighting at dusk.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna hit this guy at all. But damn it, I'm gonna fire a lot.
Oh, not even suppression. However, that wasn't a misfire. You don't have any ones. You could always push it and re-roll the exact same roll again.
That sounds like fun. So I'm gonna stand up, I guess, and do it all again. Plus 66 again.
All right.
Nope.
That bad guy will be suppressed.
I guess some suppression.
Actually, I got to roll a d6 here. You might have hit somebody. On a 1, you hit Zeus. All right. You did not hit Jacob there. And Jacob would normally. That last turn would have gone different because I forgot Jacob was suppressed from before. But whatever, that's fine.
All right.
All right. So, Twilight 2000. I think the last fight was probably a little too big in scale for a test session. I should have made it less NPCs. I think the bad guys were all on their last magazine of ammunition, and rapidly running out. When they were nearly empty, they were just going to turn and run. Let's see.
I had 1 health.
24 ammo. Yeah, all the bad guys
had 2.
I also had 1 health.
The bad guys had between like 15 and 25 shots apiece, so they were getting ready to book it. So you may have very well won that fight anyways. Plus, in the next combat, all the bad guys were suppressed. So there's a good chance none of them would have gone, and Zeus would have continued clubbing this guy down here. Which is
I still had 2 100-round belts, so I could continue fucking barrage.
You guys also got fucked over a little bit with that mortar, which was supposed to be a huge asset, and it just didn't roll good. Even when it was missing, it should have still been doing damage, but it really.
I can't hear Steven.
Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Well, I was able to hear you. But...
No, I was just saying the mortar should have had a much greater effect. It was just through bad luck on the blast rolls just so seldom.
Well, you have to roll over a 6, and I was mostly you have to roll 6 to do damage, and I was rolling fucking 1d6. So it was kind of bullshit.
No, what I mean is even if you fail to spot, the round still comes in. It's still 2d8 against everybody in the space that it lands, and 1d8 or 1d6 against No, it was Blast B. It was like 2d10 in the same hex, 2d8 in the adjacent hex, and then a d6 in the hex after. My point is, even the rounds that were missing should have been doing a lot more damage than they were. It was just really bad rolls for the mortar. I will say the moment where Matt, a.k.a. Corporal Tam, blew up the APC was wonderful.
This game pretty rough in this cave.
Yeah. This game definitely makes you feel weak, dude.
No, that actually, but this is something. This is kind of a throwback to the old, even like the old Twilight 2000s. Combat was kind of brutal and intense. Like when you get hit, it's a big deal.
Yeah, but this is overly brutal. This is overkill.
Yeah, you guys were doing good. You figure they had an APC and like double your number. You guys are picking them off one by one, although you did start to get injured there at the end.
Oh,
see, what I expected is that the mortar would have killed a couple guys on the roof, and then the APC I was expecting to get blown up. If they had gotten down to half of their numbers, they were going to retreat. They were going to run. But just through sheer bad luck, the mortar shells didn't really... I mean, they suppressed people, which is good. That's kind of a nice thing. Even if it doesn't do damage, it keeps them from acting on their turn.
Honestly, with all the penalties, I'm lucky I hit the APC.
Yeah, I think... I mean, ultimately, what? You had 3 shots, right, to get a 6?
Yep.
So,
those aren't good odds.
Why does my hunting bow have more range than my pistol?
I don't know.
Bullet drop? I don't know.
I don't know. Are bows more accurate than a pistol at range? I don't really know. I know pistols, if you're talking 20 or 30 meters shooting, are not that not going to be very accurate. I really don't know anything about firing a bow.
Yeah, me neither.
But all right. I'll tell you my one gripe about the system. It's a minor gripe. Overall, I really like the grittiness of this world and the way the encounters work out. But a thing in combat, so I like the ammunition dice, and I like the way that the 6s can cause suppression, and I like the way that they can cause extra hits, even though I don't know if that ever came up. What I don't like, though, is firing more ammunition should increase your chance of hurting somebody. It doesn't. It makes the hurt worse if you roll on your skill dice. You know what I mean? But your odds
I don't like that either.
Your odds of hitting someone doesn't actually improve, and it's not a huge gripe because I like the system so much otherwise. But it is a weird thing mechanically. But this is literally the first draft of the alpha rules, at least the first draft of the alpha rules that got released. So who knows if they'll modify that. I wouldn't mind seeing maybe like a +1 bonus to your attack if you use 2 or 3 ammo dice or more, something like that, just to represent greater chance to hit. I mean, the ammo dice they're great if you hit on your primary dice, because then you could hit a whole bunch of targets a whole bunch of times. But like I said, and the suppression is good, but yeah.
Since you're in the alpha, can't you provide that feedback?
I can, and I will.
The one thing that scared me the most is the encounters. Like, we had that King of Clubs, supposed to be the armored truck, the 2 trucks, and like the 12 soldiers just walking by it. Like, if I didn't spot it as well as I did on my roll, I don't know what would happen.
Yeah, that encounter, it's like 4 times the number of player characters and enemies walking around, and then 1 times the number of NPCs riding in the APC. And then the APC has 100 rounds of ammunition for its machine gun. And the rules for those Soviet soldiers is if they spot anybody that that resembles NATO forces, they attack immediately. So that would have been like a full-on retreat kind of scenario. That was so clubs represent typically violent encounters, and the higher the worst. So I guess I don't know what the ace of clubs is. I didn't look at it. One of them is you find a crater from a tactical nuke. That's a fun one.
So, fun fact: a pistol, like a 9mm, has an effective range of around. Damn it! 9mm has around 100-meter effective range. A hunting bow has around 60.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it is kind of weird that they gave the bow
a longbow. A longbow, on the other hand, has a significantly higher effective range, up to 300 or even 400 meters in the hands of a very skilled archer.
I think, though, that the range in this game isn't to represent the effective range of the weapon. It's to represent the accuracy of the weapon. So again, I don't know if a bow should be more accurate, but yeah, it's not like the range of your weapon's not really for measuring out how far the bullet could go. It's just how accurate it is at different ranges. So you could have 2 rifles firing the same round of ammunition that has the same effective range, but if one rifle is really damaged or wonky, the range statistic would be less because it becomes less accurate at a distance. And that's kind of how that's supposed to work.
One of those fun parts, my character, Dr. B, is effectively a monk. Because he's got close combat attacks crit at 2 damage and broad +1 unarmed combat attack rolls.
Oh yeah, those specialties are random things that come up during character generation. Well, semi-random, I guess, because they're affected by your life paths. So yeah, the brawler and the martial artist thing together were interesting. You got to figure though, if you were playing a campaign and your soldiers weren't in a combat situation but started like a bar fight or something at close range, and Dr. B wanted to go non-lethal with his hands, he would be crazy dangerous. Critting at 2 damage +1 for
I'm a professor with liberal arts degrees. I don't go non-lethal on shit.
He clearly took some martial arts training.
Yo, I'm looking at these other characters. Yo, you did Jacob so dirty.
Hey, I just
compared to everyone else.
I like that too. Like,
I just went through the regular life path thing.
Nothing.
And here's what we got. Jacob was supposed to be like the hunter of the group, but he's also good at setting up camp. So there's that too.
Dude, one person got an RPG, one person got a fucking 100-round gun, and I got a bow and a pistol with a baton. I'm sorry.
You did annihilate someone with that police baton, though. To be fair.
Okay.
And to be fair, my 100-round thing, I never hit one single person. It was all suppressed fire. I had shrapnel hit with a frag grenade.
Yeah, that's what it's for, though. Suppressing fire.
I do like the suppression in this. There's an optional rule to not roll for minor NPCs for that initial suppression. That's why when you guys were shooting at them, they would automatically get suppressed if the conditions were right, and I kind of like that. But no, I do appreciate that. That like even if you don't have a good chance of hitting somebody, it's worth it to shoot at them to stop them from acting on their next turn. And then explosives, it's like all right, they don't get hit with the fragments, but if you can rob the enemy of their next turn, that's pretty huge.
See you guys.
Yeah, have a good one.
I'm going to bed too.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna jump off myself. Y'all have a good one. Appreciate the game.
So.
Later.
Bye bye.